Chapter 597. Within one night, Han Shua's reputation in South Border City had far surpassed that of Firenze, the lord of the southern border. Firenze had stayed in South Border City for 3 years, leading the empire's most powerful Howling Legion in strenuous defense. However, even when faced with an army of more than 100,000 strong from the Empire of Orcs, they were still forced to retreat step by step. Han Shua, on the other hand, appeared for the first time in 5 years. With his own strength, he slaughtered more than 100,000 savage orc warriors in less than a day. Since the founding of Lancelot Empire, no one had been able to match his might. Many soldiers and civilians of South Border City had personally witnessed this unprecedented and crazy feat from the top of the city walls. After being oppressed by the orc warriors for so long, the soldiers and civilians of South Border City could only watch helplessly as more than 100,000 orc warriors were annihilated in one day. That kind of excitement was absolutely uncontrollable. No one organized it, but all the soldiers and civilians of South Border City actually flocked to Han Shua, expressing their gratitude in all kinds of ways. Some offered their personally cooked delicacies, some offered their ancestral armors and weapons to Han Shua, some even offered their daughters to Han Shua, hoping that Han Shua would keep them as his maidservant. But most of all, they cheered again and again, shouting Han Shua's name at the top of their lungs. It seemed that they wanted to express the excitement in their hearts through this kind of high-spirited cheering. What Han Shua had done today was destined to become a legend in South Border City. With the threat of the Empire of Orcs gone, the people of South Border City gathered on the streets and cheered in unison, competing to spread the story of Han Shua's magnificent feat of slaughtering more than 100,000 orc warriors single-handedly. The heavy atmosphere that had been shrouding South Border City had been cleansed by Han Shua single-handedly. The imagination of the people was astonishing. As they spread the story, Han Shua's figure grew bigger and bigger. Even though Han Shua had yet to acknowledge it, the people of South Border City had already treated him as a god. Many people who had no spiritual support had even engraved Han Shua's name on their faith tablets and started to worship him. A single person had killed over 100,000 savage orcs in just one short hour. Aside from God, who else could do such a thing? As a matter of course, Han Shua received the most honorable treatment in the South Border City. When he and Firenze made their way to Han Shua's mansion in the city, all the people along the way were scrambling to kneel down and worship them. They were willing to worship Han Shua as their god. Looking at the citizens who were kowtowing on the ground, Han Shua's heart did not waver too much. After thinking for a while, he decided to build a god's altar in the city. Flying to the center of the altar, Han Shua expanded his domain of God, releasing a majestic aura that was like a towering mountain, slowly extending in all directions. Inside the realm of divinity, all the people of South Border City, including the soldiers of the Howling Legion, could not help but have the thought of willingly submitting to Han Shua and believing in him for all eternity. Offer your faith to the God's altar, and I will ensure the safety of your South Border City. The voice that Han Shua emitted with his divine energy reverberated continuously within the realm of divinity. It carried a mysterious power that could bewitch people's hearts, igniting the passion of the people who were willing to worship Han Shua. With the shock of invincibility and the influence of the realm of divinity at this moment, the people of South Border City, whose passion had been raised to the extreme, did not hesitate at all. All of them offered the faith of their souls to the God's altar, becoming devout believers who offered the power of faith to Han Shua. After setting up the God's altar, Han Shua uttered some pompous words. Seeing that everything was going smoothly according to his plan, he left with Firenze and Fanny and returned to Firenze's mansion in South Border City. I've been working hard for the safety of South Border City for 3 years. Those people are only praying for my safety. But you've only been in South Border City for a day, and they've already treated you like a god. Sigh, people really can't be compared with each other. After entering the mansion, Firenze rolled his eyes, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Fanny put on a sweet smile, went over to Firenze's arm, and said with a sweet smile, "Father, if you can single-handedly resolve the threat of hundreds of thousands of orc warriors, not only the people of South Border City, but all the people of the southern border will truly treat you like a god." Firenze put on a bitter smile, glared at Fanny, and pretended to be angry as he said, Do you think that everyone is as crazy as that youngster? If I had that kind of strength, Lancelot Empire would have long dominated profound continent. Why would it still need to passively adopt defensive measures? That's why, we are just ordinary people, while Brian is a genius. It's to be expected that he can stand at such a high position and receive the worship of the people. You don't have to feel that it's unfair, hee. Fanny giggled as she consoled Firenze. A sense of pride involuntarily arose in her heart. Han Shuo was her man. The stronger he was, the more she liked him. I will be staying in South Border City for 3 days. You and your daughter should have a good reunion. If there are any problems in South Border City or the southern border that you need me to resolve, let me know as soon as possible. I'll help you handle them. Han Shuo's low god of destruction body needed some time to digest the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. In addition, it had been a long time since Fanny and Firenze had last seen each other. It was only natural for them to have some time to communicate. After witnessing the terrifying feat previously, Firenze now faced Han Shuo without any regard for the consequences. Instead, he was more respectful, reserved, and a little uncomfortable. On one hand, it was because Firenze had been thoroughly awed by Han Shuo's strength. On the other hand, it was because Han Shuo naturally possessed the aura of a superior after becoming a god. Under these two pressures, Firenze, who had always been uninhibited in the Empire, suddenly seemed like a completely different person when facing Han Shuo. Alright, I'll make good arrangements in the next few days. If there's any problem that needs to be resolved by force, I won't be courteous with you, Firenze said mischievously. No matter how powerful you are, you're still my son-in-law. Han Shuo nodded smilingly and did not say anything else. After giving some instructions to Fanny, he entered the room that Firenze had specially prepared for him and silently digested the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. ****** On the other side, in the dark forest, on the mountain above the place of extreme fire, Tanai. Han Shuo, who was sitting cross-legged on a fiery red boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were glistening as he gazed at the cratered ground in front of him. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the depths of the earth. The valley that had been silent for a long time suddenly began to tremble. The magnitude of the tremors grew increasingly greater. A high-pitched dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the earth. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth, the cracks in the gullies grew larger and larger. Gradually, the corpse of Dark Dragon Gilbert, which had sunk deep into the earth, slowly emerged from the ground. Another dragon's roar sounded. The earth rumbled and trembled violently. As the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, the silhouette of a wriggling dragon soared into the sky and instantly disappeared into the depths of the clouds. Waha! Wild, excited laughter escaped from Dark Dragon Gilbert's mouth. Having been stifled for too long, Gilbert found it hard to suppress the excitement in his heart after his rebirth. He roamed the skies to his heart's content, shouting at the top of his lungs to release the agitation in his heart. Stop making such a racket, come down. Han Shuo chided with a smile as he lifted his head to look at Dark Dragon Gilbert flying through the air. I'm coming. Gilbert replied with a hearty laugh. His enormous draconic body swayed a little, and a ray of black light suddenly appeared. His enormous body gradually shrank within the black light, and by the time he landed in front of Han Shuo, he had turned into that familiar dark-skinned youth. Master, I'm back. I, Gilbert, am back. Ha ha ha. Gilbert was so excited that he danced with joy. He kept hitting his new body, and he seemed to be very satisfied. You died here, and also resurrected here. I've done what I promised you. Han Shuo looked at Dark Dragon Gilbert with a smile, and asked, how's the new body? Very good. Very good. Gilbert immediately replied. He twisted his neck, kicked his legs, and added, there's a surging power in my body. Although it's not quite the same as before, it feels even more powerful. With a thought, Han Shuo's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He nodded and praised, not bad, you actually melted that small piece of divine crystal. Very good, very good. As long as you comprehend it carefully, it won't be difficult to become a god in the future. Thank you, Master, haha, thank you, Master. Gilbert couldn't help but shout excitedly as he listened to Han Shua's praise. His voice traveled far and wide, causing many low-level magical beasts to retreat. This is what you deserve. The new body also has some wonderful uses. I think you should have a deep understanding of this yourself. Spend some more time and understand some of the uses of the new body. This will be of great benefit to you in the future, Han Shua said seriously. Don't worry, Master. I've died once, I'll cherish it. Gilbert put away his mischievous smile and promised Han Shua. I think this time you should understand the importance of strength. Han Shua nodded. Master, I want to go back and see my grandfather. Gilbert suddenly spoke in a somewhat sad tone, my father is already dead, and many of the dark dragons have also died. I want to see how they are doing now. Of course. Take a look at how the lizard men in the underground world are doing. If they have any difficulties, I'll help you if I can. Han Shua had promised the ancient lizard king to take care of the lizard men. Perhaps something had changed in the underground world because of Adele's resurrection. After Gilbert's resurrection, his strength was much higher than before. With his help, the lizard men in the underground world should be better off. Understood, Master. I'll be going then. Gilbert was concerned about the dark dragon race. He didn't know if the Shrine of Ice had caused trouble for the dark dragons again in the years after he left. He left some instructions with Han Shua and hurriedly left. This guy is still so impatient. Han Shua couldn't help but laugh when he saw Gilbert leave so quickly. After a while, his face turned cold. He gazed into the depths of the dark forest and recalled that unforgettable hatred. Chapter 598. 5 years ago, in the Dragon Valley in the depths of the dark forest, Han Shua suffered a great loss that he would never forget. The Primordius Dragon was the most powerful being that Han Shua had ever encountered on Profound Continent. The Primordius Dragon who had been guarding Profound Continent possessed low god strength of Earth. Nobody knew how long he had been in this realm. Han Shua would never forget this grudge. However, at present, his avatar of death was still digesting the divine essence underground of Bretel City, while his avatar of destruction was digesting the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of the hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. Han Shua had no confidence in defeating the Primordius Dragon in the low god realm with just his main body that had reached the Nine Changes realm in demonic arts. Standing in the valley above the place of extreme fire and gazing coldly at the Dragon Valley, Han Shua did not rush over impulsively. After calming the rage in his heart, Han Shua coldly groaned and said, I'll let you live for a few more days. When my 3 souls have fused, I will destroy your Dragon Valley and annihilate your dragon soul. Han Shua took a deep breath, forcibly repressed his impulse, and returned to the Cemetery of Death. After a short while, Han Shua returned to the Cemetery of Death. Sanguiner, Jasper, and the other 2 ladies who had stayed behind in the Cemetery of Death, as soon as they saw Han Shua, they clamored to go out and experience this new world. As soon as Han Shua returned to Profound Continent, he had the 4 stay behind. They had been bored to death for a long time. A material plane different from the Abyss realm had piqued their curiosity. They had been waiting for Han Shua's return. Now that Han Shua had returned, they were naturally unwilling to stay in the Cemetery of Death any longer. Han Shua did not refuse the urgent request of the 4. After thinking for a moment, he smilingly said, All right, I'll show you around and familiarize you with this world. Profound Continent is completely different from your Abyss realm. The plants and animals here are more peaceful and won't attack strangers for no reason. Let's go, Han Shua. This place feels like a prison. Hurry up and take us out to broaden our horizons. Jasper pulled Han Shua's arm and urged him with a smile. All right, then come with me to experience this world. Han Shua broke through the barrier and led the group of 4 out of the Cemetery of Death. The dark forest was lush and verdant, with wildflowers and weeds growing everywhere. The air was fresh, and the sun was bright and beautiful. It was a stark contrast to the gloom of the Abyss realm. The sun hanging high in the sky was especially unique in the Abyss realm. As soon as they walked out of the cemetery of death, the four immediately cried out in surprise. They curiously looked all around, touched this, pinched that, and clicked their tongues in wonder. What a beautiful world! Hemina plucked a wild flower and sniffed it. She looked at Han Shuo with a happy expression. The scenery here is really beautiful. Just as you said, this is a magical and beautiful world. Sylph took a deep breath and looked around. She couldn't help but sigh when she saw nothing but lush greenery around her. At first, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to adapt to this place. But now, I can finally relax. Yay! I love this world! Jasper exclaimed excitedly as she gently flapped her flawless white wings and flew a circle in the air. Sanguiner did not say a word and focused on sensing the aura of the new world. As a cultivator of the Blood God mantra, Sanguiner's perception of his surroundings was obviously sharper than that of Jasper and the other two ladies. All he could think of at the moment was how he could display his strength as soon as possible. When he discovered that this new world would not affect him in the slightest, he quickly put his mind at ease. "Let's go, I'll show you around the cities here," Han Shuo said smilingly when he saw that the party had adapted to profound continent so quickly. "Yay, yay! We have long wanted to see what the cities in this world look like." Sylph cheered and appeared to be in high spirits. Under Han Shuo's guidance, the party departed from the Cemetery of Death and headed in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. Sanguiner and the others possessed decent strength in profound continent. They chattered excitedly as they followed behind Han Shuo. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the gates of the Valley of Sunshine. After 5 years, the Valley of Sunshine had been completely under the control of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. After escaping from death, Trunks had become even more vicious and ruthless. With the secret support of Lancelot Empire, Trunks, with his extraordinary means, quickly established his position in the Valley of Sunshine and developed the Soul Destroyer mercenary band into the most powerful force in the Valley of Sunshine. Wow, what beautiful and exquisite buildings! This is amazing! Sylph cried out in surprise as soon as they arrived in front of the gates of the Valley of Sunshine. The buildings in the Abyss realm were simple and crude. The nobler the person, the bigger the building they lived in. However, no effort would be wasted on details or elegance. Therefore, although the buildings in the Abyss realm were large, they lacked any distinguishing features. They were almost all in the same crude style. Profound Continent, of course, was different. Here, the humanities and arts were well developed. People paid great attention to the enjoyment of life in all aspects. Naturally, the houses they lived in weren't just for sleeping. The buildings of various styles were generally decorated with exquisite patterns and adorned with many beautiful decorations. This style was obviously different from that of the Abyss realm. Angel, there's an angel there. What a beautiful angel! Almost at the same time as Sylph cried out in surprise, an equally loud cry of surprise came from the crowd of guards in the Valley of Sunshine. The two snow-white wings on Jasper's back were exactly the same as the pure and beautiful angels that the Church of Light promoted. It was no wonder that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would cry out in surprise. "Idiot, that's the enemy! Everyone get ready, it must be the Church of Light launching a large-scale attack." All of a sudden, the members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band put up their defenses as though they were facing a great enemy. All kinds of crossbow bolts were pointed at Han Shuo and the others. Angels were the symbol of purity and beauty. However, under the propaganda of the Church of Light, angels were also synonymous with the strong. In the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks had long expressed his disgust towards the Church of Light. All these years, he had been constantly at odds with the Church of Light, especially after the Pope of Light solemnly vowed that they had eradicated the greatest heretic, Han Shuo. Under Trunks' leadership, the Valley of Sunshine had long become the enemy of the Church of Light. Under such circumstances, it went without saying what it meant for the legendary powerful warrior angels of the Church of Light to suddenly appear outside the Valley of Sunshine. After a cry of surprise, the members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band came from all directions. These people were armed with weapons and pointed at Han Shuo and the others from afar, ready to attack at any time. What are you people of the Church of Light doing here? Our Valley of Sunshine doesn't welcome you. A leader shouted angrily and waved his hand. Dozens of people walked out and slowly surrounded Han Shuo and the others. Seeing the members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band as if they were facing a great enemy, Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that he would be faced with such a lineup even before entering the Valley of Sunshine. Smiling wryly and shaking his head, Han Shuo felt that this was somewhat absurd. He had single-handedly founded the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. He didn't expect that these fellows would actually point their swords at him. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Han Shuo, who are these people? Jasper was stunned. Master, these people seem to think of us as enemies. They aren't very strong. Do you want me to kill them all for Master? Sanguiner's face turned cold as a murderous aura surged from all over his body. He cruelly suggested. Waving his hand, Han Shuo stopped Sanguiner's suggestion. No need, they are all on the same side. It's just that I've been away for too long and these people don't recognize me. Put down your weapons and state your purpose. Otherwise, we will attack, that guard shouted, appearing somewhat nervous. We're on the same side, don't be nervous. Han Shuo explained helplessly. He raised his hand with a wry smile, afraid that these people would do something irrational and then accidentally kill them. Humph, since when did the Church of Light become one of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band's people? Our leader has ordered that no one from the Church of Light is allowed to enter the Valley of Sunshine. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite, that person shouted angrily. Tell Trunks to come see me. Is this bastard in the glorious Tunai? Han Shuo raised his hand and shouted somewhat angrily. How dare you insult our leader? As expected, you are from the Church of Light. Everyone, prepare to attack. Take them down first, that person shouted. Everyone swarmed forward, preparing to attack. Master, what should we do? Sanguiner spread out his hands towards Han Shuo. It seems like we can only restrain these guys who don't know the situation. That's the only way. Han Shuo thought to himself. He was also prepared to take them down first and then wait for Trunks to come over and explain the situation. Stop, you bastards! What are you shouting for when you don't know anything? Just as the battle was about to break out, an explosive shout suddenly rang out. Then, a fiery red shadow rapidly rushed out from the Valley of Sunshine, arriving in front of Han Shuo in the blink of an eye. Lady Candace, why have you come? Those Soul Destroyer mercenary band immediately smiled obsequiously when they saw the newcomer. You blind fools! If I didn't come, you guys would have really attacked. Candace glared at that person and cursed fiercely. The fiery Candace hadn't changed much. She was still wearing her sexy armor and had a fire magic sword on her back. However, compared to before, she looked a bit more feminine. Candace, it's you. Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw the newcomer.
I heard news of you from Phoebe, but I didn't really believe it. I didn't think that you would really be alright. That's great, Trunks has been missing you for a long time. Candace looked at Han Shuo and said with genuine joy. Ever since Han Shuo met Candace, he knew that she was a pretty good mercenary. However, when he left the Profound Continent back then, Candace and Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band didn't have much interaction. He didn't expect that she would actually be in the Valley of Sunshine this time. Furthermore, when talking about Trunks, Candace's tone was obviously a bit strange. After sizing up Candace with a few odd glances, Han Shuo suddenly let out a strange laugh and said, Candace, don't tell me that you and Trunks are together? It was rare for the usually fiery and bold Candace to blush. She then raised her neck and said in a magnanimous manner, That's right, why? Let's go, Trunks will definitely be very happy to see you. With her leading the way, none of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band guards dared to obstruct them, allowing Han Shuo and his party to enter unimpeded. However, their hearts were filled with doubts. They didn't know who Han Shuo was to actually be treated so warmly and solemnly by Candace.
Chapter 599. As they walked deeper into the Valley of Sunshine, Candace and Han Shuo chatted merrily, but their eyes kept sneaking glances at Jasper from time to time. Their eyes were filled with puzzlement. Han Shuo noticed Candace's sneaking glances. Seeing that she was getting more and more puzzled, he smilingly explained, "Stop looking. She's not an angel that the Church of Light has beautified in your imagination. She just has a pair of snow-white wings." Candace's expression relaxed, and she curiously asked Han Shuo in a low voice, "If she's not an angel as the Church of Light claims, then who is she? I've been a mercenary all over the profound continent, but I've never heard of such a human." "She's my woman." Han Shuo did not reveal Jasper's identity, but only pointed out his relationship with her. Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Jasper shot a hateful glare at Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "You scoundrel. You already have 3 beauties in the Empire, and yet you're still flirting with other women." Han Shuo smiled but did not reply to Candace's accusation. He maintained his leisurely posture as they walked deeper into the Valley of Sunshine. Along the way, many merchants in the Valley of Sunshine looked at Han Shuo and his party with astonishment. Not only Jasper, who had snow-white wings, but Hemana and Sylph, who had sharp spikes growing from their shoulders, elbows, and knees, also attracted a lot of attention. Who are these people? They're so strange. Aren't those the legendary powerful angel warriors of the Church of Light? Why would they appear in the Valley of Sunshine? I remember that the leader of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had explicitly stated that no one from the Church of Light is allowed to enter the Valley of Sunshine. Didn't you see Candace leading the way? There must be something fishy going on. Discussions about the identities of Han Shuo and his party came from the mouths of the surrounding merchants. However, due to Candace's presence, these people deliberately lowered their voices. While those people were discussing Han Shuo and his party, Jasper and the other 2 women were also whispering to each other. "What beautiful clothes! The clothes of the people here all have beautiful patterns on them. How unique!" Sylph exclaimed. Yeah. "And the stones on their necks are all sparkling and dazzling," Hemena whispered. "This place is indeed different from where we came from." I can't deny that this place is way ahead of us in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation," Jasper affirmed. "These people are much weaker than us. They're too focused on enjoyment, unlike us who are constantly fighting. The strength of these people is generally much weaker than ours. They focus too much on enjoyment, unlike us who are constantly fighting." From Sanguis' words, one could clearly see the difference between men and women. Jasper and the other women showed great interest in beautiful things, while Sanguis snorted disdainfully. As they discussed amongst themselves, the group finally arrived at the back mountain of the Valley of Sunshine under Candace's lead. The territory that had originally belonged to the Cairo mercenary band had now naturally belonged to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. There was a huge practice field in front of them. Some of the mercenary groups were bare-chested, revealing their sturdy muscles. They were concentrating on practicing their martial skills. "Lady Candace." Those people greeted Candace in a friendly manner when they saw her approach. Han Shuo swept his eyes over them and discovered that these people were all unfamiliar faces. It seemed that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had indeed recruited more and more members while developing at a high speed. "Candace, what are these people doing? Don't tell me they're new mercenaries." "Haha, newcomers can come over and play." A 2-meter-tall bald man raised a double-edged battle axe in his hand and laughed provocatively. "Humph, idiot. With that little bit of ability of yours, you'll only be toyed to death." Candace glared at him disdainfully and attacked him mercilessly. Hearing her words, the bald man was displeased. He glared at her and said in a low, muffled voice, "I don't believe you." Whoosh! A figure shot into the training field in a split second. Sanguiner cast a sidelong glance at the man and sized him up. He gave an objective evaluation. "Your limbs are well developed, but the energy within your body is very weak. You can't even withstand a single blow." "Brian?" Candace stared blankly and then looked at Han Shua. Sanguiner, don't hurt them. Just knock them down. Han Shua raised his voice and instructed Sanguiner. He then looked at Candace with a smile, that's my disciple. No matter, let them play. In the world of mercenaries, the strongest fist was the last word. If you defeated them fair and square, you'd only win their respect. Arrogant brat, come, I'll let you have 3 moves. The bald man was obviously infuriated when he heard Sanguiner's words. He lowered the double-edged battle axe in his hand and stuck out his 2 iron-like chest muscles as he spoke arrogantly. Not only can you not withstand a single blow, but you're also simple-minded. Sanguiner shook his head and continued his evaluation. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Knock me down if you have the guts. The bald man saw that Sanguiner was only 1.7 meters tall and didn't have any strong muscles. He didn't think much of Sanguiner and roared angrily like a violent bear as he listened to Sanguiner's continuous taunts. Too easy. Sanguiner laughed coldly and punched out like lightning. His fist turned into a streak of blood red as it landed squarely on the unmoving bald man. Bam! The bald man's 200-pound body flew out as if he were weightless and fell to the ground with a plop. He stared blankly at Sanguiner, who was a dozen steps away from him. He didn't seem to understand the situation for a moment. The mercenaries in the training field who had been waiting to see a joke stared at Sanguiner as if they had seen a ghost. They were all stunned and couldn't figure out how Sanguiner could have such terrifying strength. These people weren't blind. They naturally knew that strength had little to do with body size. However, they observed carefully and didn't notice that Sanguiner had used any fighting aura. Without using any fighting aura, he had sent a 200-pound body flying with just 1 punch. Moreover, the attacker was a small youth. This was a little shocking. Master, I didn't hurt anyone. Sanguiner shrugged at the bald man and spread his hands to show to Han Shua. All right, let's go. To Han Shua, this result wasn't surprising. He nodded at Sanguiner and urged Candace to leave. Oh, I know. Candace abruptly came to her senses. She looked at Sanguis up and down with a strange gaze, then turned to Han Shua who was her master. She shook her head, sighed, and said, You are becoming more and more unfathomable. I didn't expect that a single disciple of yours would have such miraculous strength. Sigh, no wonder. No wonder what? Han Shua smiled in a carefree manner. He thought that if that bald man, who was merely a journeyman swordsman, could withstand a punch from Sanguiner, then Sanguiner's body would really be unworthy of its name. No wonder those people in Lancelot Empire would always think of you whenever they were in a difficult situation after you left for 5 years. No wonder Bretel City could possess such formidable strength in just a few short years. Even the neighboring Brute Merchant Alliance doesn't dare to invade, Candace said in a strange tone. Han Shua laughed dryly, but didn't say a word. He and Candace walked towards the restricted area at the back of the mountain. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, the number of familiar faces increased. Grant was explaining the rules of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to a group of new mercenaries. When he saw Han Shua suddenly appear, he was immediately dumbfounded and didn't say a word. He just stared blankly at Han Shua. Lord Grant, what's wrong? The newly recruited mercenaries didn't know what was going on. Seeing Grant suddenly go silent at the crucial moment, they couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Ah! An ear-piercing shriek came from Grant's mouth. The mercenaries who were attentively listening to his explanation were so frightened by his sudden shriek that they trembled all over. Under the gazes of the new mercenaries, Grant screamed and rushed towards Han Shua like lightning. He was extremely pleasantly surprised as he said, Lord Brian. You're not dead? I won't die that easily. Hee hee. Seeing Grant's heartfelt surprise, Han Shua's heart warmed as he nodded and smiled. Brian? Who's that? Brian? A cry of alarm came from a stone house. Soon after, a person stumbled out and looked towards the source of the voice. Another cry resounded throughout the valley, Ah! Heavens, It's really Brian. Odysseus was wild with joy. Like Grant, he rushed to Han Shua's side and laughed heartily as he hugged Han Shua and shook him with all his might. Odysseus and the others had a closer relationship with Han Shua. It was also because of Han Shua that they joined the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Currently, Odysseus and the others had all become the upper echelons of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. However, they were still as forthright and uninhibited as before. You're all here. Hee, very good. It looks like the Soul Destroyer mercenary band is getting better and better. Han Shua was also very happy to see his old friends. Come, let's go inside and find Trunks for a drink. That guy has been training alone in his room all day. He's getting more and more hard-working. Odysseus had joined the Soul Destroyer mercenary band because of Han Shua. He naturally knew that the true master of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was Han Shua. Odysseus, on the other hand, didn't particularly respect the revered Trunks. He still treated him as a comrade like before. The group chatted and laughed as they walked to the back of the valley. Trunks came over after hearing the news. When he saw Han Shua, he also came over and gave Han Shua a fierce manly hug. Soon after, he shouted, "Brothers, bring the wine. Let's drink to our heart's content today." Saying so, Trunks tightly hugged Han Shua and said in a low voice, "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Nonsense. How could I be so easily killed? Han Shua laughed heartily. In a short while, many of his former friends had all gathered together. As soon as Trunks gave the order, large bowls of wine and meat were served. The mercenaries were originally boorish and unrestrained. When the leaders gave the order, all of them couldn't control themselves as they laughed and drank heartily. Those mercenaries who had just joined the Soul Destroyer mercenary band were all indescribably excited when they learned of Han Shua's identity. They took the opportunity to toast their idol, expressing their worship through drinking heartily. Back in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua was a true idol. In the Lancelot Empire, he had never been defeated. Such a character was the one these mercenaries admired the most. Therefore, when they heard that the person who had arrived was the legend of the Empire, the expert that the three goddesses had bitterly waited for 5 years, their blood began to boil. The Valley of Sunshine was instantly brimming with a joyous atmosphere. Chapter 600. After large bowls of wine and meat, everyone was a bit tipsy. At this time, Han Shua and Trunks arrived at a secluded rock in the back of the mountain. The mountain breeze caressed their faces and the air was fresh. The two were in a very good mood after reuniting after a long time. Trunks was still a great swordmaster. After spending 5 years in the great swordmaster realm, his fighting aura had become increasingly pure. However, perhaps due to the lack of opportunity, he had yet to make a breakthrough. 5 years felt like a lifetime had passed since the two had last seen each other. Han Shua, in particular, had become a true god in the short span of 5 years. Although he hadn't deliberately displayed his strength, Trunks could still vaguely sense the powerful aura emanating from his soul. "Brian, what realm are you at now? Why can't I sense any fighting aura or magic aura from you?" Trunks frowned as he looked at Han Shua. He had carefully observed him for a long time, but still couldn't discern what martial arts technique Han Shua was training in. The demonic arts that Han Shua trained in didn't have the aura of the element of death or the edict of destruction. All of the energy was hidden deep within his body, so Trunks naturally couldn't detect any clues. Smiling faintly, Han Shua didn't provide any explanation on this question. Instead, he asked Trunks, "Oh right, have you settled your grudge with Caesar City?" Shaking his head, Trunks sighed softly and answered, "Not yet. Radley Pilon's Caesar City is heavily guarded. The Kasi Empire has been pressuring us step by step these past few years, and Valen City has instead been very passive. Although my Valley of Sunshine has developed rapidly, we are still founded on merchants and mercenaries. We are still somewhat lacking compared to the machinations of a country." Nodding, Han Shua understood that Trunks was speaking the truth. The Valley of Sunshine was situated between 3 countries and was situated in the middle of a mountain range. It was precisely because of this that there were advantages and disadvantages. It wasn't easy for Trunks to develop the Valley of Sunshine to such a scale. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to go one step further and contend with the country. Han Shuo was about to say a few words of consolation when Trunks' expression suddenly turned cold as he said faintly, "The Valley of Sunshine can't contend against Caesar City, this is a fact. However, I've personally killed more than a dozen direct relatives of Radley Pilon's family over the past 5 years. Radley Pilon's uncle, nephew, and even his wife and son have all been assassinated by me. I want him to taste the pain of being abandoned by his family." Han Shuo felt a chill in his heart as he looked at the sinister Trunks. He thought to himself that Radley Pilon probably wouldn't be able to sleep well after provoking such an enemy. The immediate family members of Radley Pilon's family died one after another. Even his beloved woman and son were killed. That kind of torture must have been very painful for Radley Pilon. Han Shuo had originally wanted to say a few words of consolation to Trunks, but after hearing Trunks' words, he knew that Trunks definitely didn't need his consolation after going through such a slow massacre. Judging from Trunks' appearance, he seemed to be enjoying the process of forcing Radley Pilon to his death step by step. He probably wasn't in a hurry to get rid of Radley Pilon in one fell swoop. "So that's how it is. You brat, you're getting more and more sinister." Han Shuo laughed involuntarily as he teased Trunks. "The Dark Forest and the Lizard Men in the underground world are all under the control of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band. You've been gone for 5 years, so you may not know the situation. Let me introduce to you the current distribution of strength in the Valley of Sunshine." Trunks chuckled. "No need." Han Shuo interrupted Trunks' introduction and looked deeply at Trunks. "I believe that you will handle these matters well. I won't ask about the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's matters in the future. You just need to know what you're doing." At Han Shuo's level of strength, he didn't even care about some countries, not to mention a small power like the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. As long as Han Shuo was willing, he could destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band with a wave of his hand, or even rebuild a power of the same scale. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Even the Abyss realm completely belonged to him. What could a mere Soul Destroyer mercenary band amount to? No matter what, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will always be yours. Even if you've forgotten, I won't. Trunks clearly understood the meaning behind Han Shuo's words. He knew that Han Shuo had plans to let go of the mercenary band. After a moment of silence, Trunks suddenly guaranteed. Laughing heartily, Han Shuo patted Trunks' shoulder and said, "There's no need for such words between us. Come, let's continue drinking, drink. Alright, I'll accompany you to truly get drunk today." Trunks laughed heartily. Naturally, Han Shuo wouldn't get drunk. That day, most of the people got drunk. Even Trunks, who had reached the realm of Great Sword Master, got drunk without using his fighting aura to filter out the alcohol. However, Han Shuo's demonic body was special. Even if he didn't take any measures, he still wouldn't fall into such a dizzy state. The next day, while Trunks and the others were still unconscious, Han Shuo found Sanguiner and Jasper and instructed them to stay and play in the Valley of Sunshine for the time being. He then left the Valley of Sunshine alone. Deep within the Dark Forest, outside the Dragon Valley. Han Shuo stealthily arrived outside the Dragon Valley and laid in ambush. After waiting for half a day, the other 2 avatars of his arrived one after the other. After his avatar of destruction absorbed the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orcs at the south border city, the divine energy in his body grew. He also gained some new understanding of the utilization of divine energy and the Edict of Destruction. This laid the foundation for the breakthrough of this avatar of Han Shuo's. The advancement of the divine realm was an extremely long process. The 3 realms of low god, mid god, and high god might take tens of thousands of years to complete the advancement process. In other words, a god might need to stay in the same realm for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Those who entered the same realm first and spent many years in it would usually be able to surpass those who had just entered the same realm in the utilization of elemental energy and edict energy. It was precisely for this reason that the same divine realm was divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late. Those who cultivated to the peak of the late stage of the divine realm would be much stronger than those who had just entered the same realm. Although both of Han Shua's avatars were low gods, as they had just entered this realm, their divine energy was relatively weak and their understanding of divine energy and the edict of elemental energy was not deep enough. Both of them were early-stage low gods and were far from reaching the stage of mid-stage low god. The reason why Han Shua was not in a hurry to seek revenge on the Primordius Dragon was that he did not know which stage of low god the Primordius Dragon had reached. There was no doubt that a late-stage low god could easily defeat an early-stage or mid-stage low god in the same realm. After the arrival of his 2 avatars, Han Shua carefully sensed for a moment. It had to be said that the advancement of the divine realm was indeed a slow process. Although his avatar of destruction had absorbed the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orcs and his avatar of death had digested the divine energy of a divine essence, it was still far from the stage of mid-stage. The 2 avatars once again concealed themselves in Han Shua's body. Gazing at the Dragon Valley that was just inches away from him, Han Shua pondered for a moment before he resolutely decided to enter and settle old scores with the Primordius Dragon. Han Shua did not know which stage of low god the Primordius Dragon was at. However, with his demonic arts having reached the 9 changes realm, Han Shua had mastered a few secret techniques. Even if the Primordius Dragon was a late-stage low god, if Han Shua was no match for him, he could still easily escape. Han Shua, who possessed 3 souls, was confident that he could easily defeat a mid-stage low god. However, if the Primordius Dragon was really a late-stage low god, Han Shua had no certainty of victory. Fortunately, with his demonic arts, Han Shua was not afraid that he would not be able to escape. With a surefire plan in place, Han Shua no longer hesitated. He raised his head and let out a long howl. His body turned into a rainbow and shot towards the Dragon Valley. The boundary along the way could not stop Han Shua in the slightest. With a wave of the demonic blades in Han Shua's hand, the boundary was destroyed without the slightest hindrance. The moment Han Shua broke through the boundary and charged towards the Dragon Valley, he immediately caused a commotion in the Dragon Valley. As Han Shua's howl soared into the sky, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly came from the Dragon Valley. A third-order silver dragon wriggled its enormous body and charged straight at Han Shua, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It breathed out dragon breath and bellowed thunderously, "Lowly human, how dare you trespass into the Dragon Valley? You're courting death. Ha, worm, let's see who's the lowly one today." Han Shua sneered. Without conjuring either of his avatars, he directly grabbed at the third-order silver dragon. When Han Shua grabbed at the silver dragon, his body suddenly transformed and grew bigger and bigger in the void. By the time his hand reached the silver dragon, Han Shua had already turned into a 50-meter-tall giant. Before the silver dragon could react, Han Shua, who had transformed into a giant, grabbed the silver dragon's head and tail with both hands. The silver dragon was only 20 meters long. Compared to the current Han Shua, it was just a slightly larger snake. Han Shua laughed maniacally and pulled with force. The silver dragon's 10-meter-long body was directly torn into several pieces. Dragon tendons mixed with blood sprayed everywhere. 9 was the extreme number. The 9 changes realm also meant that one could take on a myriad of transformations and transcendence energy. Apart from the implication that 9 was the extreme, the 9 changes realm also had 9 transformations that needed to be practiced. They were speed change, body change, heart change, divine sense change, bloodlust change, space change, earth change, sky change, and demonic change. Each of these 9 transformations had its own unique function. Ever since Han Shua reached the 9 changes realm, he had only just mastered speed change and body change. As for the remaining 7 transformations, Han Shua was still diligently comprehending them. Chapter 601. Speed change was what Han Shua had relied on this time. He could instantly raise his speed to a height that others couldn't hope to match. However, when he used speed change, he couldn't use any other demonic arts to attack. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was using it to escape. Body change was a transformation of the body. Han Shuo transformed into a 50-meter-tall giant precisely because of this transformation. Mind change was a transformation of the state of mind. It could keep one's state of mind at its best during any battle. Consciousness change allowed Han Shuo to see through the minutest details, sense inexplicable dangers, and constantly pay attention to his opponent's state during battle. On the other hand, the bloodlust change could cause Han Shuo to fall into a demonic trance in an instant, turning him into a cold, emotionless, bloodthirsty demon with no sense of pain. This bloodlust change could only be grasped and deployed after the body, mind, and consciousness transformations were completed. Space change, earth change, and sky change were three killing moves that utilized heaven and earth. Omen change was a transformation that must be mastered before one could become an omen. Even Chu Kanglin hadn't mastered it back then. At the Nine Changes realm, one could cultivate all 9 transformations. Once all 9 transformations were mastered, one could break through to the next level, the Omen realm. After transforming into a 50-meter-tall giant, Han Shuo was like an ancient demonic god that descended upon the Dragon Valley. He let out an earth-shattering roar, and the entire Dragon Valley seemed to be shaken by a great earthquake. The rumbling sound never stopped. "Who's there?" A furious roar came from the depths of the Dragon Valley. A rank 5 golden dragon transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the sky from a hill. As soon as this golden dragon emerged, other dragons flew out from the various mountain ranges around the Dragon Valley. Each and every one of them glared at Han Shuo, wishing they could tear this intruder into pieces. "You're a titan." When the rank 5 golden dragon flew out and saw Han Shuo's enormous body, its angry expression turned into shock and it cried out in surprise. The race of titans had once enjoyed a period of glory on Profound Continent. With their enormous bodies and boundless strength, the race of titans had always been praised as a race of primordial gods. Even the race of great dragons dared not underestimate the race of titans. When the Type 5 golden dragon saw how huge Han Shuo was, he immediately linked him to the titan race that had disappeared for a long time. "No!" Han Shuo glared fiercely at the rank 5 golden dragon and said sinisterly, 5 years ago, when the spacetime discontinuum was torn apart, I came to help you out of goodwill. In the end, your primordious dragons cut off the planar passage. Do you still remember me?" As soon as these words came out, all the dragons were shocked. Some of the dragons who had experienced that great change carefully looked at Han Shuo for a while. Suddenly, a dragon roared, "So it's you, that evil necromancer?" "Ha ha ha. It's me. You didn't expect this, did you? I'm still alive, and I'm doing very well." Han Shuo threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He said fiercely, "Where's the primordious dragon who claims to be the guardian of Profound Continent? Come out and see if you can seal me in another dimension." "Evil heretic, the Dragon Valley isn't a place where you can run wild." The rank 5 golden dragon roared and charged at Han Shuo. After learning that Han Shuo wasn't a titan, the golden dragon no longer had any misgivings. He charged at Han Shuo furiously, intending to tear Han Shuo apart. "Worm, you're courting death." Han Shuo's face turned cold. He similarly flew towards the golden dragon with his enormous body. His enormous body left a monstrous shadow in the Dragon Valley. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the golden dragon. The demonic blades were unsheathed. Dazzling rays of light burst out from his claws and pierced towards the golden dragon's body. Pfft! Han Shuo's sharp claws sank into the golden dragon's body and began to stir violently. This rank 5 golden dragon could be considered a top-notch expert on Profound Continent, possessing strength on par with human demigods. Unfortunately, Han Shuo's strength far surpassed his, and the demonic blades were sharper than he had imagined. Even the golden dragon, known to have the strongest physical body, couldn't withstand a single stab from Han Shuo. The golden dragon's body was mangled and blood flowed down the valley like a small waterfall. "Ayo!" The golden dragon howled mournfully. He twisted his body and coiled around Han Shua's enormous body. He exerted all his strength to tighten his grip, intending to break Han Shua. He. Han Shua sneered cruelly. He turned a blind eye to the struggle of the golden dragon. He abruptly pulled the demonic blades out of the dragon's body, then paused in midair for a moment before ruthlessly stabbing them back in again. Han Shua grinned maliciously as he stirred the golden dragon's body. Arg! The golden dragon shrieked miserably. He did his utmost to coil around Han Shua's body. However, after undergoing the 9 changes, Han Shua's body had become abnormally tough. The golden dragon's seemingly indomitable strength did not have the slightest effect on Han Shua. Kill him, kill this heretic! Tanai and all the other great dragons soared into the sky and charged at Han Shua. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Flames and icicles shot towards Han Shua. All kinds of magic were released by the dragons, surging towards Han Shua. From today onwards, Dragon Valley shall be called Dragon Tomb, Han Shua said with a sneer. He raised the demonic blades in his right hand and ruthlessly stabbed them into the golden dragon's head. With a sinister grin, Han Shua twisted the blade twice. The golden dragon's head was reduced to mush, its life force slowly fading away. Han Shua then flung the doomed golden dragon far away. It crashed into a hill with a loud rumble. Blood gushed out of its body. It was obvious that it would not survive. With a sway of his body, Han Shua's enormous body evaded the numerous magic attacks. He suddenly appeared next to another green dragon. He stomped on the green dragon and pressed down with all his might, sending the green dragon straight into the dragon valley below. Han Shua landed on the ground and stomped a few more times. The green dragon was badly mutilated by Han Shua's stomps. It was beyond dead. Fight him! All the great dragons went berserk. They gathered together and attacked Han Shua with all their might. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between these dragons and Han Shua was too great. There was no way he could make up for the huge disparity in strength with numbers. Han Shua, who had the intention to bathe the Dragon Valley in blood, did not show the slightest bit of mercy. In order to save time, Han Shua split into 3. 2 low god avatars appeared one after the other and began slaughtering the dragons in the Dragon Valley. Among these great dragons, the strongest was only rank 5. Faced with 3 Han Shuas, they didn't even have the chance to escape. In just a few minutes, a total of 17 great dragons were brutally slaughtered by Han Shua. The Dragon Valley had become a dragon tomb in name only. Ha! Is the Primordius dragon really not here? After all the great dragons in the Dragon Valley were killed by Han Shua couldn't help but wonder why the Primordius dragon did not show up. Ever since he entered the Dragon Valley, Han Shua had patrolled the entire Dragon Valley with his consciousness. However, he did not detect the aura of the Primordius dragon. At first, Han Shua thought that the Primordius dragon was too powerful for his consciousness to detect. Therefore, Han Shua killed his way here to force the Primordius dragon to show up. Han Shua did not expect that the Primordius dragon would still not show up even after all the great dragons were killed. It seemed that the Primordius dragon was really not in the Dragon Valley. After pondering for a moment with his brows bunched, Han Shua collected the dragon crystals, dragon eyes, and dragon tendons from the great dragons Tanai killed. He also took away the valuables from the great dragons. Then, he spread out his consciousness and carefully sensed the activity in the Dragon Valley. Just now, when Han Shua was at the bottom of the Dragon Valley, he sensed some aura. At first, he thought that it was the Primordius dragon. But now, he knew that it was definitely not the Primordius dragon. Otherwise, if the Primordius dragon was down there, it would have attacked him long ago. After casting a necromancy magic, Earth Elite Zombie appeared and pointed at the Dragon Valley below him. Han Shua ordered Earth Elite Zombie to break open the ground. After Han Shua gave the order, Earth Elite Zombie sank deep into the ground. Soon after, an enormous hole was torn open in the ground. Han Shua descended through the hole. Not long after, he sensed a boundary of divinity of Earth. Earth Elite Zombie spread out his hands and looked at Han Shua helplessly. He transmitted, "I can go in by myself, but I can't break open this place." As the beloved child of the Earth, Earth Elite Zombie had a unique advantage in using the Yuan energy of Earth. Although the boundary deployed by the Primordius Dragon was extremely powerful, it still couldn't trap him. It was just that a godly expert was indeed formidable. Although Earth Elite Zombie could enter and exit at will, he had no way to break the boundary deployed by the Primordius Dragon. "What's the situation inside?" Han Shua bunched his brows and asked Earth Elite Zombie. "There are 3 people," Earth Elite Zombie replied. 3 people? Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. He thought to himself, those who can be sealed by the Primordius Dragon must be very powerful. Han Shua was rather curious. He unfolded his consciousness to probe the boundary of Earth, wondering if he should expend his divine energy to break it open. Who are they?" Han Shua asked Earth Elite Zombie after hesitating for a moment. It wasn't that Han Shua didn't have a way to break the boundary below, but it would consume some of Han Shua's divine energy. If there were 3 unimportant people below, then breaking the boundary wouldn't be of much benefit to him. That was why Han Shua had asked this question. "I don't know," Earth Elite Zombie replied straightforwardly. "Go and ask. Ask them what their names are." Earth Elite Zombie possessed the ability to communicate with the soul. Han Shua believed that those sealed by the boundary were no ordinary people and should know how to communicate with the soul. After Han Shua gave the order, Earth Elite Zombie went back down. Soon after, Earth Elite Zombie walked out and transmitted to Han Shua, 3 people. They are called Pegasus, Gree, and Air Mike Cotton. Air Mike Cotton. Han Shua shrieked and mumbled, the founding expert of Lancelot Empire, the demigod Magus of Darkness, Air Mike Cotton. It's actually him. Chapter 602. When Han Shua was still a magic apprentice, he had heard people mention the name Ermike Cotton. It was all thanks to Ermike Cotton that Lancelot Empire was able to establish itself and become one of the most powerful nations on Profound Continent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that without Ermike Cotton, there would be no Lancelot Empire. 500 years ago, just as Lancelot Empire was sharpening their swords and preparing to invade other nations, Ermike Cotton, the guardian of Lancelot Empire, mysteriously disappeared. Due to Ermike Cotton's mysterious disappearance, Lancelot Empire was supposed to continue expanding its territory. Other nations had no more misgivings and joined forces to stop Lancelot Empire's march of conquest. From then on, Lancelot Empire was no longer able to be domineering. No citizen of Lancelot Empire would ever forget the glory the Empire had enjoyed when Ermike Cotton was still around. Ermike Cotton had also become one of the most memorable great figures of the Lancelot Empire. Han Shua did not expect that the one imprisoned deep within the Dragon Valley was actually the pride of Lancelot Empire, the demigod existence of darkness, Ermike Cotton. After learning from Earth Elite Zombie that Ermike Cotton was imprisoned below, Han Shua decided to blast open the barrier. There was now a reasonable explanation for Ermike Cotton's mysterious disappearance 500 years ago. Although Han Shua didn't know the reason, he was certain that Ermike Cotton's imprisonment had something to do with the Primordius Dragon. 500 years ago, Ermike Cotton was already a demigod expert. It was likely that only the guardian of Profound Continent, the Primordius Dragon, could imprison him. After learning that the one imprisoned below was Ermike Cotton, Han Shua sent Earth Elite Zombie back to the Netherworld. His avatar of destruction transformed into the Demon's Lair Edge and was tightly gripped in Han Shua's hand. The energy of destruction on the Demon's Lair Edge was suddenly released by Han Shua's avatar and violently bombarded the barrier below. Bang! A loud sound came from the barrier. His other avatar of death suddenly released necromancy magic. Tens of thousands of bone spears shot towards the barrier like an avalanche. The Demon's Lair Edge, which had just struck out with its greatest strength, once again exerted force and stabbed at the boundary. The 3 bodies exerted their strength together and continuously bombarded the Primordius Dragon's Earth attribute boundary. The divine power contained in the boundary was rapidly depleted by the continuous attacks. Kacha! The Earth Attribute enchantment finally couldn't withstand the attacks of the three Honshuas, and it broke with a loud sound. After such a series of attacks without any fancy moves, Honshua roughly deduced that the Primordius dragon possessed strength of a mid-stage low god. This deduction was based on the time that Honshua spent attacking with all his might. If the Primordius dragon did not make a breakthrough after deploying the boundary, Honshua was confident that he could kill the Primordius dragon the next time they meet. Letting out a sigh of relief, Honshua spread out his spiritual awareness and immediately felt three strong auras from below the broken barrier. Before Honshua could take a closer look, he heard frenzied shouts coming from below. He saw three silhouettes flickering as they soared into the sky from the broken boundary. Great dragons! Damned dragons! I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons, a strong-looking old man bellowed at the sky. He had a head of messy fiery red long hair. He was approximately 2 meters tall and his body was covered in bulging muscles. His triangular eyes shone with a cruel and evil light. He did not look like a benevolent being. Pegasus, keep your voice down, a sweet-looking little girl said in a gentle voice. This little girl had a head of long, emerald green hair and appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old. She had a pair of pointy ears like a forest elf. However, she didn't have the peaceful aura of a forest elf. Instead, she appeared rather demonic. Who opened the boundary? The last one was a sinister-looking old man. He wore a tattered, ancient magical robe. His voice was deep and slow. His body seemed to be able to absorb light, making him look very gloomy. They appeared to be three humans. However, after Honshua probed with his consciousness, he immediately discovered that other than the last sinister-looking old man, the other two weren't human. The old man wearing the tattered, ancient magical robe should be the former pride of Lancelot Empire, Heir Mike Cotton. This could be deduced from the pattern on his magical robe. As for the strong-looking old man named Pegasus, Honshua detected the existence of a magical beast crystal core in his body. He appeared to be a very powerful magical beast. As for that sweet-looking little girl with long emerald green hair, based on Honshua's understanding of the various races on Profound Continent, he guessed that she was a banshee, an extremely rare species on Profound Continent. A human, a magical beast, and a banshee. The three experts trapped in the boundary by the Primordius dragon possessed astonishing strength. Among them, Heir Mike Cotton's strength had advanced a step further after 500 years, advancing from demigod realm to base god realm. The banshee, on the other hand, cultivated in the elemental energy of wind and possessed base god strength. As for the strong-looking magical beast, the magical beast crystal core in his body was rather odd. Honshua's consciousness was unable to determine his actual strength through the magical beast crystal core. Young lad, were you the one who broke the boundary and saved us? Heir Mike Cotton asked in astonishment when he saw Honshua standing towering beneath the boundary. Honshua put on a faint smile and replied in a refined and courteous manner, "That's right. The three of you are free. Handsome man, thank you for your rescue. How can we repay you?" The banshee named Gree smiled sweetly at Honshua. She looked like an innocent little girl. "It's very simple. I gave you your freedom, and you will serve me," Honshua said to the three in a natural manner. "What do you mean?" Pegasus the magical beast widened his eyes and shouted. Honshua swept his gaze across the three and smilingly said, "Follow me, and I guarantee that you will not be imprisoned by the Primordius dragon again." "With just you?" Pegasus looked up and down at Honshua distrustfully. He grinned and said, "Do you think that we will become your slaves just because you saved us by a fluke?" "Fluke?" Honshua faintly smiled. Soon after, he pondered for a moment. When he saw that the three were looking at him with twinkling eyes, he smilingly said, "Heir Mike Cotton is the founding minister of our Lancelot Empire. Naturally, I will give him the respect he deserves." After a short pause, Honshua's expression turned cold. He looked at the banshee and Pegasus and said, "As for the two of you, you can either obediently follow me and work for me or die." Hee hee, what a big temper. I like it, the Banshee Gree giggled. Gree the Banshee giggled and looked at Han Shuo with interest. Then, she asked curiously, was it really you who broke that stubborn dragon's seal? Was he a citizen of the Lancelot Empire? Mike Cotton, who was just as displeased, suddenly asked in a pleasantly surprised manner after hearing Han Shuo's words. Han Shuo did not answer the Banshee's question. Instead, he smilingly said to Mike Cotton, that's right. I have now inherited your unfinished business, and that is to unify the entire Profound Continent with Lancelot Empire. What an arrogant youngster. Do you think that old dragon will allow you to run amok? Pegasus glared at Han Shuo and bellowed in a deep voice. I will kill him. I believe that the dead old dragon won't stop me, right? Han Shuo smiled confidently. What an arrogant youngster. It doesn't matter if you have the capability or not, it is already extraordinary of you to have such an idea, Mike Cotton said with a big smile. After learning that Han Shuo was from the Lancelot Empire, Mike Cotton's attitude towards Han Shuo immediately changed drastically. Mike Cotton, you old thing, you aren't going to help him deal with us, are you? Pegasus glared at Mike Cotton and shouted, we have been imprisoned together for so many years. You aren't going to help an outsider, are you? You too, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Why would I need someone else's help? Han Shuo sized up the two with a gloomy face and coldly groaned, the Primordius dragon is still a little merciful. He has only imprisoned you two. But if you two dare to provoke me, I will kill you without hesitation. Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo abruptly unfolded the domain of divinity of death with the energy of his avatar. Then, with a change of his divine energy, he enveloped the domain of divinity of destruction. Pegasus, who was about to say something, suddenly sensed the bizarre changes in the surrounding space. His expression changed dramatically. Gree the Banshee shuddered and cried out in surprise, domain of divinity. 2 domains of divinity. You, who are you? Where are you from? Mike Cotton was also shocked. He stared at Han Shuo and cried out involuntarily. I really am a citizen of the Lancelot Empire. You will know this after we leave the Dragon Valley, Han Shuo replied. Perhaps it was because Mike Cotton had too much influence on the Lancelot Empire, Han Shuo had some respect for this expert who disappeared 500 years ago. Therefore, Han Shuo couldn't help but explain after hearing Mike Cotton's question. What do you two say? Mike Cotton stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, he looked at the Banshee and Pegasus with a complicated expression and mumbled to himself, I'm no match for him anyway. There's no point in resisting. Old thing, do you think we have any other way out? Gree the Banshee put on a bitter face. She cutely shrugged and said helplessly. If we don't want to die, that is the only way out, Mike Cotton said in a deep voice. The three looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before they simultaneously bowed respectfully at Han Shuo and lowered their proud heads. 500 years ago, they might have been all-powerful experts on Profound Continent. However, 500 years later, Han Shuo had appeared out of nowhere and was much stronger than them. Therefore, they had no other choice but to submit to him. Han Shuo took a step forward and helped Mike Cotton to his feet. He sincerely said, as citizens of the Lancelot Empire, we walk the same path and our enemies are the same. There is no need to be overly courteous. Chapter 603. In the history of Profound Continent, there had been many mighty characters. Mike Cotton and the other two were characters who transcended an era. The three of them once played extremely important roles on the stage of Profound Continent. However, the Primordius dragon felt that their existence had disturbed the normal order of Profound Continent. Therefore, he imprisoned the three beneath the Dragon Valley. Although the three of them possessed formidable strength, there was still a significant gap between them and the Primordius dragon, the guardian of Profound Continent. Before the Primordius dragon made his move, they could stir up havoc and run amok. But when the Primordius dragon made his move, they could only surrender without putting up a fight. As the guardian of Profound Continent, the Primordius Dragon did not exterminate the three. After capturing them, he merely imprisoned them and did not take their lives. After listening to Ermike Cotton's narration, Han Shuo learned that the Forbidden Land in the Dark Forest was the place where the three of them were captured. In that Forbidden Land, there were many unruly magical beasts who were punished to death for challenging the Primordius Dragon's dignity. "I'm going to settle the score with that old dragon," Pegasus said furiously after listening to Ermike Cotton's simple recount of the incident. Han Shuo looked at Pegasus disdainfully and said with a faint smile, "Even 10 of you combined wouldn't be a match for the Primordius Dragon." Pegasus was a manticore who had had one fortuitous encounter after another. Although he wasn't a transcendent magical beast, he was lucky enough to obtain the crystal cores of 2 transcendent magical beasts that had died in battle. After absorbing the crystal cores of the 2 transcendent magical beasts, Pegasus underwent a mutation. After many years of painstaking cultivation, he broke through his shackles in one fell swoop and possessed mighty strength that surpassed rank 5. The ancient lizard King Degasi that Han Shuo encountered in the underground world was merely a rank 5 magical beast. According to the classification of magical beasts, Pegasus should possess rank 6 strength, which was equivalent to a base god in the general sense. However, no matter how powerful a base god was, when facing a low god, the Primordius Dragon, there was only death. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Damn it, are we going to swallow this insult after being imprisoned for so many years? Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Pegasus knew that it was impossible for him to take revenge on the Primordius Dragon given his strength. He shouted furiously, "No, I must take revenge. Even if we can't kill that Primordius Dragon, we should at least kill his descendants." "You won't have the chance." Han Shuo smiled and pointed at the Dragon Valley. "Take a closer look. Do you still have a chance to attack?" Pegasus looked around and found the ground littered with dragon corpses. The badly mangled corpses of more than a dozen giant dragons were lying in disorder around the Dragon Valley. They had long lost all signs of life. You've already killed all of them," the female demon exclaimed in shock. Han Shuo nodded and said calmly, "That's right. Other than the Primordius Dragon who left, all the dragons in the Dragon Valley died here. This is bad. That Primordius Dragon definitely won't let you off. Back then, we did not offend the dragons. That's why we were imprisoned under the Dragon Valley. Those experts who hunted and killed the dragons weren't as fortunate as us. All of them were killed by the Primordius Dragon. I believe that once the Primordius Dragon learns that you're the culprit, he will kill you at all costs and not simply imprison you." Gree, the female demon, said with a frown. She seemed worried for Han Shuo. "It doesn't matter. If the Primordius Dragon hasn't made any progress after deploying the boundary of God, the next time I run into him will be the day he dies." Han Shuo's face turned cold as he proudly said. If the Primordius Dragon was still a mid-stage low god, with his 2 early-stage low god avatars, in addition to his main body and little skull, Han Shuo was certain that he could slay the Primordius Dragon. Therefore, Han Shuo wasn't being arrogant when he said those words. If you can really kill the Primordius Dragon, the Profound Continent will really be ruled by our Lancelot Empire. Ermike Cotton was overjoyed and appeared extremely excited. "You will see that day come." Han Shuo put on a confident smile. He then looked around and said, "But before that, let's first resolve the current crisis facing Lancelot Empire. What should we do?" As the founder of Lancelot Empire, Ermike Cotton had not let go of his lofty ideals and lofty aspirations even after 500 years. He immediately asked after hearing Han Shuo's words. "First of all, we have to exterminate 2 religions. Follow me," Han Shuo said in a murderous tone as he gazed in the direction of Kasi Empire where the Shrine of Ice was located. Pegasus and Gree the Banshee exchanged glances. They appeared rather excited, as though they were very much looking forward to the business of murder and arson. The fact that these 2 were imprisoned by the Primordius Dragon proved that they were used to being arrogant and cruel. It appeared that the centuries of imprisonment did not dull their temperament at all. They were still as bloodthirsty as ever. Hovering in the sky above the Dragon Valley, Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and sensed for a while. When he discovered that there was nothing else worth staying in the Dragon Valley, he brought the three fellows who had been imprisoned for many years and flew in the direction of Kasi Empire's snowland. The three of them possessed base god strength. It didn't take them long to arrive at the bitterly cold snowland where the Shrine of Ice was located after a series of transportation matrices. The party of four, including Han Shuo, did not conceal their tracks. They arrogantly descended on the numerous snowy peaks of the Shrine of Ice. There are no experts here at all. Only a woman can barely be considered an opponent. Hovering loftily above the numerous snowy peaks of the Shrine of Ice, Pegasus quietly observed the surrounding situation and said to Han Shuo with flagging interest. Pegasus, Gree, the two of you, go ahead and destroy the sacred mountain of the Shrine of Ice. Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and immediately discovered Snow Celestial Tiana's position. Recalling the betrayal he received on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light, Han Shuo's heart turned as cold as the surrounding weather. That's not a difficult task. Hee, I like doing these kinds of destructive work. Pegasus laughed cruelly. Without waiting for Gree the Banshee to make a move, he had already descended. The Manticore was a savage, carnivorous magical beast by nature. Even though Pegasus had evolved to the 6th grade, the Manticore's nature remained unchanged. It still had an innate interest in killing. However, Gree the Banshee's attack seemed to come even faster. She did not need to rely on physical contact. All of a sudden, she let out a shrill shriek. Her ear-piercing shriek tore through the vast sky and spread to every snowy peak in the snowy region amidst the whistling cold wind. Gree the Banshee cultivated in the elemental energy of the wind. Her race had always had the bizarre ability to use her voice to attack and confuse. By fusing her voice with the element of wind, Gree the Banshee's shriek possessed extraordinary offensive power. Suddenly, amidst her ear-piercing shriek, avalanches occurred in many parts of the snowy region. The shrill shriek echoed ceaselessly across the snowy region. Many disciples of the Shrine of Ice on the snowy peaks could no longer bear the disturbance of the shriek. One after another, they walked out of their shrines and glared at Gree the Banshee who was shrieking in the sky. Who goes there? How dare you behave atrociously in our Shrine of Ice? A great swordmaster with an ice-cold expression, wielding a long sword that flickered with a chilling light, bellowed at Gree who was hovering in the sky. Bang! Just as he shouted, Pegasus, who had descended from the sky, had already arrived in front of him. Pegasus did not give the swordmaster any chance to retaliate. His muscular body stepped on the swordmaster's body and forcefully stomped him into the depths of the snowy region, rendering him unable to make another sound. Gree the Banshee's shrill shriek continued. The element of wind above the snowy region began to gather frantically. With the help of her voice, her shriek began to reverberate across every mountain peak in the snowy region. As Gree the Banshee's shriek grew louder and louder, many disciples of the Shrine of Ice with weaker strength began to bleed from their ears. Clearly, they had suffered extremely serious injuries. The avalanche continued. Amidst the rumbling noises, several snowy peaks of the Shrine of Ice in the snowy region began to sway. Pegasus flew and landed on the summit of the highest snowy peak. He transformed into his original form of a ferocious manticore and began slaughtering all the disciples of the Shrine of Ice who had encircled him. Pegasus' strength was just too much higher than Pegasus. His claws and fangs moved in rapid succession, tearing apart the disciples of the Shrine of Ice one after another. There was simply no one who could stand a chance against him. Back then, Pegasus and Gree were ferocious existences that struck fear into the hearts of all experts on Profound Continent. Now that the two of them have emerged, I'm afraid that no one on Profound Continent other than you and the Primordius Dragon can restrain them, Air Mike Cotton explained to Han Shuo. Air Mike Cotton explained to Han Shuo in an indifferent tone as he watched Pegasus and Gree massacre the disciples below. The Primordius Dragon is a little too merciful. If I were in his shoes, I would have killed them long ago if I disobeyed him, Han Shuo said smilingly. After thinking for a moment, a thought struck him and he said, Oh, right, I've obtained the dark magic training notebook and your magic staff that you left behind in the forbidden area. Hehe, we really are fated to meet. However, I've already given those 2 items away. I don't think I'll be able to return them to you. Mike Cotton was rather pleasantly surprised to hear those words from Han Shuo. He gazed deeply into Han Shuo's eyes and sighed, it seems that we are indeed fated to meet. Back then, I thought I was going to die for sure. Therefore, I left these worldly possessions behind, hoping that someone would inherit my cultivation system. Little did I expect that they would fall into your hands. It seems that our meeting this time is truly a fortuitous encounter. Stop! While the 2 were conversing, a tender shout with astonishing momentum sounded from the highest snowy peak below. Then, a figure suddenly flew out. It was none other than Snow Celestial Tiana, who had once plotted against Han Shuo. Chapter 604. During the trip to Tarrag Canyon, Han Shuo and the others each had their own gains. Tiana had obtained a water elemental crystal, which allowed her soul to fuse with the crystal and form a soul of element. After forming a soul of element, Tiana's strength had improved substantially after years of intensive research on water elemental energy. She was now attempting to form a body of element. However, although Tiana's strength had improved, she was still a demigod before she formed a body of element. A mere demigod couldn't even defeat Pegasus and Gree the Banshee, let alone Han Shuo. Dressed in clothes as white as snow, Tiana's expression was cold and detached. Snowflakes danced around her. She let out a loud shout and flew into the air, glaring angrily at Gree the Banshee, who was howling shrilly above her head. Without Han Shuo's instructions, Gree the Banshee did not even spare Tiana a glance. She continued to howl shrilly above the snowy peaks with the sound of tearing the sky. Many disciples of the Shrine of Ice with inferior strength gradually couldn't hold on any longer. Some fell into a daze and dizzy state, while others had their eardrums ruptured. They had sustained rather serious injuries. Pegasus reverted to his original form. Similarly, he ignored Tiana's rebuke and did as he should. Pegasus could be seen rampaging through the snowy peaks, unceremoniously tearing those who dared to resist into shreds. Who the hell are you people? What kind of deep grudge does the Shrine of Ice have against you? Tiana bellowed, glaring furiously at Gree, who was still howling shrilly above her head. Pegasus and Gree turned a blind eye to Tiana's question. They continued to mercilessly attack the disciples of the Shrine of Ice below. Just as Tiana was about to make her move, Han Shuo flew down from the clouds and missed above the snowy peaks, chuckling coldly. Snow Celestial Tiana, long time no see. Do you still recognize me? As soon as Han Shuo descended, he waved his hand to stop Gree and Pegasus' incessant killing. Then, he looked at Tiana and said smilingly. Tiana was all too familiar with Han Shuo. The moment she saw Han Shuo's silhouette appear, she immediately turned pale with fright. She cried out in alarm, "It's you! You didn't die." Like many others, Tiana believed that the matters confirmed by the Light Pope would never be wrong. Therefore, she had long regarded Han Shuo as a dead man. Now that she suddenly saw Han Shuo again in the Shrine of Ice, she was truly astonished. Hehe, do you think that I'm really dead just because the Supreme Pontiff of the Light Church said that he would eliminate me? Han Shuo looked Tiana up and down with a faint smile on his face. Remembering the hatred of the past, he walked step by step towards Tiana in the void. His face gradually grew cold as he stared at Tiana and said icily, "How could I die so easily without killing you despicable bastards?" Han Shuo didn't deliberately display his powerful aura, but Tiana, whose soul had fused with the elemental crystal, could instinctively sense the terrifying power concealed within Han Shuo's body. Tiana couldn't tell what realm Han Shuo had reached, but she clearly knew that Han Shuo was extremely powerful. A sense of fear that she hadn't felt for many years arose in her heart. Even when facing the saintess of the Church of Light, Tiana didn't have such deep cowardice. This feeling caused her heart to gradually sink. The closer Han Shuo got, the more scared she became. "Are you afraid?" Han Shuo sneered at Tiana. He felt the thrill of revenge as he ridiculed Tiana with words. "No, I'm not." Tiana's tone was somewhat bitter when she said those words. Even she herself noticed the strangeness of her tone. "After today, the Shrine of Ice will disappear from Profound Continent. All your years of hard work will be for naught. And you, the old whore who once betrayed me, will disappear along with the Shrine of Ice." As Han Shuo walked towards Tiana, he repeatedly attacked her with words, making her taste the humiliation of being humiliated before her death. "Shut up. I won't slap you." Tiana, as the snow goddess of the Shrine of Ice, finally couldn't endure being called an old whore by Han Shuo to her face. "Pegasus, Gree, get ready to attack. Kill every last one of the Shrine of Ice and destroy their foundation," Han Shuo instructed Pegasus and Gree with a grin. "Don't worry, we will kill every single one of you here," Pegasus, still in his manticore form, cruelly guaranteed with his hands covered in blood. "Very well. You may continue." Han Shuo laughed heartily. Then, he flew towards Tiana and grabbed her. Han Shuo didn't seem to have employed any special martial arts or incantations, but an invisible energy took the form of a whip and lashed at Tiana's body with a loud crack. As an expert who was on the verge of breaking through to base god realm, Tiana actually had no way to evade Han Shuo's attack. She clearly sensed an invisible energy approaching her body and retreated in a fluster. However, she still couldn't escape the lash of the whip and was struck in an instant. Tiana, who had the image of a noble and beautiful woman, was whipped on the side of her waist by Han Shuo. The mist that had been shrouding Tiana miraculously vanished without a trace, as though it was dispersed by Han Shuo's whip. After the strike, a hole was torn in the snow-white silk robe around Tiana's waist, revealing her fair skin. The red scar on her snow-white skin was extremely obvious. The strength of Han Shuo's whip was extremely precise. It wouldn't kill Tiana in an instant, but it would cause her extreme pain. Especially when the whip tore her clothes, it brought her a sense of unbearable humiliation. Tiana had always been a lofty goddess-like figure in the Shrine of Ice. When had she ever been whipped like a slave? When Han Shuo's attack landed on her body, the pain it brought her was far more than just physical. "Hee, interesting, interesting. I'm sure those disciples of your Shrine of Ice have never seen you like this." Han Shuo chuckled coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Tiana to fly away. He lashed her body several more times in succession, leaving several bright red whip marks on her body and tearing her snow-white robe once again. Tiana was fleeing, but she couldn't escape. Inexplicably, layers of air walls had appeared in front of her, slowing down her pace of escape. Meanwhile, Han Shuo was sneering as he chased after her unhurriedly. Each and every one of his invisible attacks landed on Tiana's body, leaving one whip mark after another on her body. Her insides were also invaded by a bizarre energy, as though hundreds and thousands of little bugs were gnawing at her body. Below Tiana were the many disciples of the Shrine of Ice. At some point, Pegasus and Gree had all stopped their pursuit of those people. Each and every one of them was stupefied as they looked at the miserable state of the person they most respected above them. They had never imagined that the noblest snow celestial of the Shrine of Ice, Tiana, would be whipped like a slave. You demon. Just kill me. I won't let you off even if I die." Such humiliation made Tiana's eyes red. She was on the verge of breaking down. Chapter 605. You want to die? Han Shuo cast a sidelong glance at Tiana and sneered, "It's not that easy." Streaks of invisible whips landed on Tiana's body, inflicting tremendous damage on her body and mind. Tiana could neither escape nor evade Han Shuo's whips. All she could do was endure the double blows on her body and soul in humiliation. Below Tiana were the numerous disciples of the Shrine of Ice. At this moment, they were no longer being massacred by Pegasus and Gree. All of them were looking in agony at Tiana, who was like a caged bird. At this moment, many of the disciples began to pray, praying to the god they worshipped for help. To the disciples of the Shrine of Ice, Snow Celestial Tiana was the most powerful existence in the Shrine of Ice. Yet, such a person was being humiliated without the slightest ability to retaliate. This scene had caused great damage to their souls. If even Snow Celestial Tiana was powerless, what could they do? As disciples of the Shrine of Ice, those who could come to this snowy holy land were all figures of firm faith. When the power they relied on for survival became so vulnerable that it could not withstand a single blow, their reliance on the illusory god suddenly seemed to have been expanded infinitely. Under Han Shua's whips, Snow Celestial Tiana's snow-white robes were in tatters, her curvaceous body faintly visible. She looked like a slave who had committed a mistake and was being punished by her master. Pegasus and Gree, who had come together with Han Shua, did not continue their massacre of the Shrine of Ice disciples on the snowy peaks. They looked coldly at Han Shua, who was slowly whipping Tiana into the air, and waited for further instructions from Han Shua. At this moment, no one knew who started it, but the helpless Shrine of Ice disciples on the snowy peaks suddenly knelt piously at the same time. They began chanting the incantation used by the Shrine of Ice to call upon the blessing of the Ice Goddess. Their voices went from low to high until they blended into one. All of the Shrine of Ice disciples on the surrounding snowy peaks also temporarily gave up on escaping and joined in on this magnificent feat. Even Tiana couldn't escape. They knew that escaping would only lead to death. With the most devout faith in the Ice Goddess, they prayed, unsure if it would be of any use. The central region of the snowy region was surrounded by frigid wind and snow. The snowy peaks were like long swords piercing the heavens. It was said that the followers of the Shrine of Ice had received instructions from the goddess to choose this location. No one knew if there was any deeper meaning behind it. However, the followers of the Shrine of Ice had always felt that this place would allow them to receive instructions from the goddess closer. In reality, the center of this snowy region was indeed a little special. Back then, that believer had followed the instructions of the snow goddess and had indeed altered the snowy peaks according to her wishes. As prayers reverberated throughout the snowy peak, Gree and Pegasus simply sneered and remained silent. Their faces were filled with ridicule and coldness at the futile efforts of the Shrine of Ice believers. They felt that these people had been scared silly by Han Shua. Even Ermike Cotton, the base god of darkness, felt that the actions of the Shrine of Ice believers were extremely laughable. He leisurely hovered in the clouds and watched smilingly as Han Shua humiliated Tiana. However, Han Shua, whose strength had already reached the realm of divinity, could clearly sense that the elemental energy of water in this snowy region was gradually transforming under the prayers of the Shrine of Ice believers. A force field similar to the domain of divinity was strangely taking shape at the center of the snowy peaks. "You demon! Kill me! I won't let you off even if I die." Tiana's cries were shrill and even carried a hint of sobbing. After being repeatedly humiliated by Han Shua, Tiana was obviously unable to endure the double torment of her body and soul. Han Shua paid no attention to Tiana's blood-curdling screams, nor did he whip her again. His two eyes were glistening as he secretly sized up the strange situation of the snowy peaks around him. In his heart, he silently pondered over the abnormality of this sacred land. Suddenly, the elemental energy of water in the center of the snowy peaks began to circulate at high speed. Beams of cold, intense light burst out from the tall, sharp buildings at the top of the snowy peaks. The intense light from the buildings intersected and connected. Frigid air suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. This snowy region of the Shrine of Ice was extremely cold to begin with. Now that the temperature had plummeted once again, not only were the most devout believers of the snow goddess unaffected, they even cheered and shouted, "The goddess has shown herself. The snow goddess has heard our prayers." The invaders, including Han Shua, were all affected by the frigid air. Each and every one of them felt that the temperature was somewhat frighteningly low. Snow Celestial Tiana, who had been imprisoned by Han Shua's air wall from the very beginning, began to experience strange changes amidst creaking noises. The air wall that Han Shua deployed there was invaded by waves of frigid air, and was frozen to the point of losing its original strength. Snow Celestial Tiana, who had been beaten black and blue all over, glared fiercely at Han Shua with clenched teeth. Her half-exposed bosom heaved up and down rapidly. Her voice was as cold as solid ice. The snow goddess must have felt our cheers. Don't even think about walking out of this snowy region alive today. Holy crap, it can't be that weird, can it? Even the rank 6 scorpion-tailed lion, Pegasus, could sense something strange in the surrounding atmosphere. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise when he heard Tiana's words. "Brian, will the snow goddess really come?" Mike Cotton asked Han Shua. He was still rather calm. Ever since he sensed 2 domains of divinity on Han Shua's body, Mike Cotton knew that Han Shua could be considered a true god. He had no idea what was going on with the strange changes happening in this snowy region. However, he believed that Han Shua should know a little bit about it. Han Shua nodded with a sullen face and explained, when the power of faith of a believer can converge in a bizarre manner, and with the help of altars, magical matrices, or sacrificial offerings and other mediums, they can summon their devotees with fanatical faith. As a god, the devotees can indeed sense it. With the help of altars and other mediums, they can even appear for a short period of time in an alien material plane that is infinitely far away. After taking a short pause, Han Shua surveyed the surroundings. With a gloomy face, he coldly groaned and said, "Judging from the situation, the several frozen mountains in the snowy region have naturally formed magical matrices suitable for the Shrine of Ice to take root. Using a special method, the Shrine of Ice is imbued with the power of faith. If the ice goddess possesses profound strength, she can indeed hear the thoughts of the believers here. What do we do?" Pegasus, who had just been wantonly slaughtering, cried out in panic. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. Any god that appeared was not something he could deal with. He had finally walked out of the Primordius Dragon's boundary with great difficulty. He did not want to go back or be killed. "What are you panicking about?" Han Shua shot a cold glance at Pegasus before saying indifferently, "Any god, as long as they don't truly cross the material plane distance and arrive with both their divine body and divine soul, can't display their full strength. They can't display much strength at all by relying on mediums, using objects to reform their bodies, or using their devotees to appear. No matter how powerful the snow goddess is, she will still be bound by the laws of the universe when she arrives through such means." What an arrogant fellow. The snow goddess has countless devotees in every material plane. As a powerful god from ancient times, even if she only uses 1% of her strength, she will still kill all of you. Tiana hurriedly changed into a new robe. She gnashed her teeth and glared at Han Shua with hatred as she spoke sarcastically. Contrary to Tiana's expectations, Han Shua did not refute, but rather calmly admitted this fact. "That's right. If the snow goddess really does come personally, even if she uses that method to descend, it will still be difficult for us to escape death." While Tiana was astonished and puzzled, Han Shua laughed coldly in a loud voice. He mocked, however, "Do you really think that the snow goddess will personally come to deal with me for such trivial matters? The snow goddess has countless devotees in every material plane. If she personally takes action for everything, wouldn't she be overworked to death? We are the most devout devotees of the snow goddess. The snow goddess will definitely take pity on us. This is also her domain. She will never allow anyone to destroy it." Tiana felt that Han Shua's words made sense, but she still stubbornly defended herself. Han Shua sneered disdainfully and did not continue to defend himself. There was another reason he did not tell Tiana. Gods would only use mediums to send their souls to another material plane to fight for their devotees. That would require them to bear many additional risks, and would even consume some of their divine energy. Generally, they would not do so unless they had no other choice. The snow goddess was different from the spider goddess Rose. As far as Han Shua knew, the snow goddess was an over-god, and an incomparably powerful one at that. There was no way she would personally take action just for the sake of a small number of devotees on a tiny profound continent. As a god himself, Han Shua knew that those gods didn't really care about their worshippers. They would only take the items that the worshippers used to provide them with the power of faith. Han Shua decided that he wouldn't personally take action over such a trivial matter. It was precisely because of this judgment that Han Shuo did not immediately flee in panic when he saw the abnormal changes occurring in this snowy region. Instead, he decided to observe the situation first before making a decision. "Lord Brian, what should we do?" Gree the Banshee asked Han Shuo with a trembling voice. Han Shuo bunched his brows and hesitated for a moment. He knew that no matter what level of god the snow goddess dispatched, Pegasus and his party would have no chance of resisting. "You guys leave for now and wait at the rear for a while. I would like to meet those from the Shrine of Ice." Han Shuo shot a glance at the three and nodded, indicating that they should not make useless sacrifices. Pegasus and Gree felt as though they had been granted amnesty after hearing those words from Han Shuo. They hastily retreated into the distance. Ermike Cotton was the only one who gave Han Shuo a deep look and said, "Be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Han Shuo could tell that Ermike Cotton was genuinely concerned about him, unlike Pegasus and Gree. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and put on a gentle attitude. Ermike Cotton nodded and said no more. He then flew in the direction Pegasus and Gree had left. Chapter 606. As soon as Ermike Cotton left, Han Shuo immediately focused all of his attention on the intersecting cold lights atop the icy peaks. The reason the Shrine of Ice had established its base in such a place was because of the unique topography of this place, where it was the easiest to gather cold air. In addition to the deliberate arrangement of the Shrine of Ice's believers, the few icy peaks formed bizarre magical matrices under the ice goddess instructions. Not only did they have the ability to gather cold air, they could also form an altar to receive the energy bestowed by the ice goddess. On Profound Continent, other than the Primordius Dragon, Han Shuo really did not have to worry about anyone. However, it was obvious that Tiana was not the main character in the current situation. The fact that these few icy peaks were able to produce such bizarre transformations was sufficient proof that the direct participants in this battle were from other high-level material planes. Han Shuo could look down on the experts of Profound Continent, but he had long learned from Bichimos how terrifying the gods of high-level material planes were. Furthermore, he had learned from the memories of the skeletal staff's original owner just how terrifying the ice goddess was. Although he had his own speculations, he dared not lower his guard. Ever since the ice peaks had transformed and the shackles on her were lifted, it was as though Tiana had obtained infinite power. Her bright eyes were sizing up Han Shuo like a viper, as though waiting to see how Han Shuo would die. The snowy peaks were filled with dense cold air. Rays of cold lights intersected with each other. The water elemental energy of the entire snowland had been transformed into an aura of extreme cold. Snow suddenly filled the snowland without anyone noticing. Every snowflake seemed to carry the energy of extreme cold. Han Shuo did not move a muscle. He coldly observed the situation around him, paying close attention to Snow's celestial Tiana, who was gnashing her teeth and glaring at him. Han Shuo had a premonition that the gods from another material plane would descend upon this material plane through Tiana, just like how Spider Goddess Rose had used Adele as a medium to convey a message to Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo knew that the situation this time was different from Adele's, because no matter how one looked at it, the scale of the church that Adele organized was far inferior to the Shrine of Ice. And this time, the Shrine of Ice had thousands of disciples praying together. The energy formed from the call was sufficient for the gods from another material plane to appear by relying on the medium. "You will die." Looking at Snow Celestial Tiana, who was glaring at him with extreme hatred, yet did not understand the actual situation, Han Shuo actually smiled and said such a thing. "Hee, you're the one who's going to die. What, are you afraid? You must be afraid, but it's useless to be afraid. You'll definitely die." Tiana tasted an unforgettable humiliation at the hands of Han Shuo. Her state of mind, which had been calm for many years, was completely thrown into chaos. She was no longer as graceful and elegant as before. She became somewhat hysterical. Can you feel it? Was this a change in the elemental energies in the surroundings? Han Shuo's expression was calm as he looked at Tiana and slowly asked. "What about the abnormalities of the prayers?" "What?" Tiana stared blankly for a moment, then said irritably, "Don't try to mystify me. You must die today." What a pitiful fellow. Do you think it's so easy for a god to appear on another material plane? Han Shuo sneered and pointed at the disciples of the Shrine of Ice on the snowy peaks beneath his feet. He said mockingly, "Look around you. Look at those devout believers. What kind of end have these thousands of believers gotten in exchange for using their fanatical faith in the ice goddess?" Tiana followed his gaze and suddenly discovered that all the believers who were kneeling on the ground and praying for the ice goddess' help were bleeding from all 7 orifices. They were shockingly lifeless. Ah! No matter how strong Tiana was, she suddenly screamed when she saw the miserable deaths of thousands of devout believers. She yelled somewhat crazily, "How could this be? How could this be? It's you! You must be the one who killed them." Tiana didn't know if it was because she couldn't believe the truth, or because her trust in the ice goddess had reached the point of fanaticism. She pointed at Han Shuo venomously, bared her fangs and brandished her claws, yelling and screaming like a mad vixen. Han Shuo shook his head. He knew that Tiana was done for. Even if she was lucky enough to survive today, it would be difficult for her to walk out from the shadow of today's events. It was at this moment that the strong lights on the snowy peak suddenly changed direction and shot at Snow Celestial Tiana, who was hovering in midair. An extremely mournful and miserable howl suddenly sounded from Snow Celestial Tiana's mouth. Her voice was mournful and horrifying, as if she was a female ghost that had returned to life. Tiana's body, under the simultaneous shooting of several beams of cold light, was like a small sun that shone brilliantly. An enormous aura of absolute chilliness gradually emanated from Tiana's radiant body. In a split second, the elemental energies that filled the snowy region vanished without a trace. Only the elements of water gathered more and more, and the thick snowflakes below rapidly turned into ice. This was the sign of the formation of the domain of divinity. When he saw this, Han Shuo was certain that Snow Celestial Tiana was truly done for. As he had expected, the person who had come had indeed adopted the most effective method. He had forcibly occupied Snow Celestial Tiana's body, and her soul had already been forcibly erased. The strong lights shone on Tiana's body, but for a moment, they were all hidden within her body. It was as if her body had completely absorbed them. When the light dissipated, Tiana was still standing in her original spot, unscathed. It was just that her entire person was completely different. An ice-cold, emotionless expression had replaced Tiana's frenzied and venomous gaze. Those eyes were still Tiana's, but the meaning within them had undergone an earth-shattering change. "Who are you? How dare you challenge the coercion of our ice goddess?" A cold, indifferent male voice came from Tiana's mouth. It gave Han Shuo a strange feeling of awkwardness. From the moment this male voice came from her mouth, Han Shuo knew that Tiana was dead. The person who had occupied her body was definitely an emissary who would uphold the dignity of the ice goddess. "Don't care who I am." In short, the Shrine of Ice on Profound Continent was indeed destroyed by my hands. Han Shuo replied in the same cold, indifferent voice as he sized up the newcomer with rapt attention. He unfolded his consciousness, trying to figure out just how much strength this person possessed. Unfathomable. This was Han Shuo's evaluation of this person after probing with his consciousness. The person who had forcibly occupied Tiana's soul nodded his head lightly and coldly said, "Very well then. Since the foundation of this place has been destroyed by you, then no matter what, you will die." These words were like a judgment, as though killing Han Shuo was a matter of course, no different from crushing an ant to death. As soon as these words were uttered, the person draped in Tiana's body charged straight at Han Shuo. Without any fancy movements, he lightly and skillfully punched out. All of a sudden, the water element in his domain of divinity in the entire snowfield instantly poured into his body. The bone-chilling temperature in the surroundings instantly returned to normal. It was as though spring had suddenly returned to the warmth of spring and flowers were blooming. Han Shuo felt a chill in his heart. He could clearly sense that the water element energy shrouding the several icy peaks had all been concentrated in this one punch. The divine energy contained within the punch was so frigid that it affected Han Shua's body and senses, giving him a feeling of helplessness where there was no room for retreat. Han Shua's consciousness was unable to determine what realm this person was in. However, with this punch, the domain of divinity of water had undergone such a huge change. Immediately, Han Shua was certain that this person had surpassed the realm of low god. Without knowing how strong this person was, Han Shua did not dare to rashly block this attack. All of a sudden, his body, mind, and spirit underwent a transformation at the same time. Han Shua was like a pool of stagnant water. There was not the slightest ripple in his heart. Han Shua adjusted his body transformation, mind transformation, and consciousness transformation to a tranquil state. It was as though he could strangely sense the trajectory of this punch and the energy contained within it. By the time that person's punch landed, Han Shua's figure had already reappeared 1,000 meters away. A clap of thunder boomed in the sky where Han Shua's punch landed. Several snowy peaks that had just thawed suddenly shook violently. Huge rocks tumbled down. Eh! That person let out a soft cry of surprise, as though he did not expect that Han Shua would be able to evade his attack. He appeared extremely astonished. Han Shua, who was already 1,000 meters away, sensed the power of that person's punch with his tranquil and unperturbed mind. After quickly weighing the situation, Han Shua realized that this person was definitely a mid-god. However, because his divine body could not descend to this material plane, the power that Tiana, the medium, could generate was limited. It was simply not enough to kill him. With this conclusion in mind, Han Shua let out a mischievous sneer. His body of 3 souls suddenly shook. 2 identical copies of Han Shua appeared. Eh! That person cried out in surprise again. He was somewhat astonished by what he saw. His tranquil eyes were now a little strange. Without waiting for him to ask or attack again, Han Shua's 3 bodies moved simultaneously and rapidly shot towards him from 3 different directions. Han Shua deployed 2 domains of divinity at the same time. The element of death and edict of destruction were forcibly squeezed into his domain of divinity. His avatars swayed continuously, their corporeal forms indistinguishable. Ever since Han Shua cultivated 3 bodies, he had never attacked a single person with all his strength. Although this mid-god who descended through Tiana's body could only exert a small portion of his strength, he was still a mid-god. There was an insurmountable gap between a low god and a mid-god. Han Shua had no choice but to give it his all. Bang! 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 Halfway through, the 3 Han Shuas simultaneously hit a wall. They were forcibly blocked by an invisible barrier. Han Shua immediately realized that the person's domain of divinity was more powerful than he had imagined because his cultivation realm was higher than his. Having more people doesn't necessarily mean you'll gain the upper hand. That person coldly said. He threw another punch at Han Shua's avatar of destruction. At this moment, when Han Shua's 3 bodies charged over, they were all blocked by the ice-cold barrier. Moreover, they were all invaded by the frigid air. Han Shua retreated while expelling the frigid air from his body. The situation had become extremely dangerous. Chapter 607. Han Shua's heart remained unmoved as he watched the man's fist fly towards him, and the cold air enter his 3 bodies at the same time. He calmly searched for a solution. The 3 bodies retreated at the same time and spread out in 3 different directions. The distance between them grew longer and longer. Just as the fist that seemed to have condensed the coldness of the entire winter was about to hit Han Shua's avatar of destruction, Han Shua suddenly had an idea. His avatar of death rapidly retreated, distancing itself from the icy barrier in the blink of an eye. Han Shua's body retreated and whooshed towards the person from behind. The space ring on his finger glowed faintly and 3 round pearls shot towards the person occupying Tiana's soul at lightning speed. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the 3 beads. The ice barrier formed by that person was suddenly hit by the violent explosion and was instantly torn into pieces. The 3 pearls of annihilation exploded at the same time, forming a shockwave that shattered the person's icy barrier. The cell piercers hidden within the pearls of annihilation shot invisibly and densely towards the person who was preparing to attack Han Shua's avatar of destruction. Demonic arts were different from any elemental or edictal force in this world. Even this mid-god was at a loss as to what to do. He was unable to completely evade the attack of the densely packed cell piercers and was struck by a few of them. The cell piercers were extremely vicious. Once they entered the opponent's body, they would immediately attack the opponent's soul. They were like unforgiving evil spirits that would not give the opponent any time to breathe. Ha! The person exclaimed softly for the 3rd time. He was evidently surprised by Han Shua's flashy attacks. As soon as the cell piercers entered his body, he immediately felt the threat that came from his soul. He forcibly stopped the punch that was supposed to be aimed at Han Shua and focused all his energy on eliminating the threat of the cell piercers. The cell piercers were absolutely lethal to ordinary experts. If one's strength was insufficient, the cell piercers might even destroy one's soul under the corrosion of the cell piercers. However, from his previous experience in the Abyss realm, he knew that the soul of a god-rank expert was simply too powerful. A soul that had fused with the elements was not something that the cell piercers could destroy. The stronger the soul, the higher the degree of fusion with the elements, and the shorter the time needed to remove the cell piercers. Han Shua understood this principle. When he saw that the person had given up on attacking his avatar of destruction and was instead retreating, the 3 avatars once again made their move at the same time, attacking the person who was clearing the cell piercer's threat. Despicable! That person shouted with a cold expression. He did not dare to directly face the attacks of the 3 Han Shua and hurriedly retreated. Hee, despicable. This is a strategy, what do you know? You are the despicable one. You are a mid-god who has lived for God knows how many years. You came here to kill me, a puny low god. You even absorbed the faith power of all the believers here and forcibly took over the body of the most devout believer. Are you not despicable? That's why you don't deserve to call others despicable. When the 3 Han Shuas flew towards him, all 3 mouths mocked him at the same time. Their words came one after another, leaving the man speechless. In the time it took for the 3 avatars to speak, Han Shua's 3 avatars had arrived by his side. Without the slightest hesitation, the avatar of destruction and Han Shua were the main attackers, while the avatar of death constantly released necromancy magic as support. One boundary after another fell on his body, making it impossible for him to exert his full strength. Having crossed the distance between 2 material planes to come here, he could only exert a small portion of his strength through Tiana's body. Now that his soul had been pierced by the cell piercers, he was constantly harassed by necromancy magic, and he had to face the joint attacks of the other 2 Han Shuas. He was weary of dealing with them. Han Shua had never been one to play by the rules. He liked to take advantage of the moment when others were at their most helpless to deliver a head-on blow. This time was obviously no exception. The 3 Han Shuas stared at the overwhelmed person in the center and launched a series of attacks. 3 types of demonic arts, necromancy boundaries, and edict of destruction were unleashed from the 3 Han Shua's bodies one after another, landing on that person. The person who had appeared calm and indifferent from the moment he first appeared finally showed signs of fatigue. His 2 hands constantly intertwined to form layers of icy barriers. He seemed to be losing strength. His soul could not appear for too long in a foreign material plane using a medium. Moreover, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. This was something Han Shua was well aware of after he obtained some memories of the skeletal staff's original owner. Seeing that he was exhausted, Han Shua's attacks became even more urgent. He didn't give the person any chance to retaliate. He was planning to use this opportunity to exhaust all of the person's divine power. The person was extremely aggrieved. He had truly never seen such a despicable and merciless attack method as Han Shua's. If not for the strange power disrupting his soul, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. Unfortunately, after being ambushed by Han Shua, he had no time left. He could only watch helplessly as he became a target, with absolutely no chance to retaliate. What frustrated him even more was Han Shua's incessant mocking, insulting, and sneering. 3 Han Shuas, 3 mouths. His advantage in numbers was not only reflected in his attack methods, but was also used by him to disrupt his enemy's mind. While the 3 mouths were attacking, they would constantly greet the person's family and ancestors, ridicule the person's incompetence, describe the person's appearance after death, and repeatedly attack the person's mind. Most people wouldn't be able to withstand the pain of such verbal attacks. Because his demonic arts had reached the 9 changes realm, his body, mind, and consciousness had reached a state of absolute calmness. Therefore, his mind was extremely calm when he spoke those words. His verbal attacks were even in a variety of styles, annoying the person to no end and making him more and more irritable. "Shut up!" the person roared. He stared at Han Shua in pain and shouted, "You are also a low god. How can you be so despicable?" The 3 Han Shuas were startled. After a moment of silence, even more vicious words came from the mouths of the 3 mouths, completely ignoring the person's angry shouts. "It would be a waste not to use this advantage of having 3 mouths more than you. You're really an idiot." Han Shua sneered in his mind. He could tell from the person's performance that his tactics were truly effective. Bang! 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 In line with Han Shua's incessant verbal attacks, the 3 of them joined forces and landed one after another on the ice barrier deployed by the person who had taken defensive measures. All of a sudden, he forcibly took over Tiana's body and fiercely emitted a strong light. Tiana's body rapidly shrunk within the glaring light, as though all the energy in her body was being absorbed by her bones. Boom! The sound of an explosion came from Tiana's body. Hundreds of icy arrows whizzed in all directions, landing on the 3 Han Shuas who were caught off guard. The hundreds of icy arrows came at an extremely fast and ferocious speed. They contained an extremely frightening amount of divine energy. Because the 3 Han Shuas were closing in and surrounding him, the hundreds of icy arrows almost all landed on the 3 Han Shuas' bodies, causing varying degrees of damage to all 3 of them. In an instant, all 3 of Han Shua's bodies simultaneously felt a bone-piercing chill. Not only did that chill affect all 3 Han Shua's bodies, it even attacked their souls. It was as though it wanted to freeze the 3 Han Shuas to death. Crunch! Crunch! Terrifying sounds of ice freezing came from all 3 Han Shua's bodies at the same time. Solid ice covered his body in an instant, making him look like 3 crystalline ice sculptures. His face maintained expressions of mockery, cursing, and sneering respectively. It was an extremely bizarre sight. Tiana's body became a bloody skeleton after the strong light burst out. It was as though all her flesh and skin had been absorbed by her bones. It was an extremely horrifying sight. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes stared viciously at the 3 Han Shuas. The person said irritably, "I've had enough of your voice. Shut your mouth forever." He raised his hand and 3 icicles the size of broadswords suddenly appeared out of thin air. They stabbed towards the 3 Han Shuas at lightning speed, piercing through the solid ice on Han Shua's body and piercing straight through his chest. Huff! 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 The person's deformed body panted heavily. It seemed that releasing 3 icicles to attack Han Shua had consumed too much of his divine energy. It was a little too much for him to bear. What the hell is this thing? How can it have 3 bodies? And a way of using energy whose origin I can't tell. This guy is really weird. The person muttered to himself while staring at Han Shua while panting heavily. He appeared to be extremely puzzled. Fortunately, he's about to be finished. This mission is about to be completed. It's just that he's consumed a lot of his divine energy. He didn't gain any advantage on this trip. The person continued to mutter in a low voice. The remaining flesh and blood on his bloody skeletal body slowly froze. He seemed to be panting to recover his divine energy and then organize his energy to deliver a fatal blow to Han Shua's soul. All 3 of Han Shua's bodies were hit by the frigid arrow. The extraordinarily powerful cold energy instantly froze his limbs. Soon after, 3 icicles attacked again, piercing through all 3 of Han Shua's bodies and causing all 3 of them to suffer varying degrees of injuries. However, although Han Shua's body was frozen, his consciousness was still there and his mind was still calm. If it were any other god, it would be very difficult for them to organize their energy to counterattack after suffering such a series of attacks. After all, the divine body was the foundation of one's body. It would be very difficult for one to move after suffering such heavy injuries. However, none of Han Shua's 3 bodies were normal. His avatar of destruction was transformed from the demon's lair edge, his avatar of death was transformed from the skeletal staff, and his avatar of demonic arts was the physical body of his main body. Moreover, he possessed an almost undying body. How could an ordinary body compare to his? Therefore, although all 3 of Han Shua's bodies were frozen, Han Shua didn't lose the ability to counterattack at all. Just when that person thought that Han Shua was at his wit's end and was about to silently recover his divine energy to deliver a final attack on Han Shua's soul, he heard a creaking sound coming from Han Shua's avatar of destruction. That person was startled and hastily turned his head to look. Then, he suddenly cried out in surprise. He was shocked by what he saw. Chapter 608. You, what are you? That person's ice-cold voice trembled as he looked at Han Shua, who had suddenly transformed into a long sword. He had followed the ice goddess on expeditions on various planes of existence for many years. He had seen all kinds of people and races, but he had never seen anything as shocking as this scene before. A human who had just attacked him had suddenly transformed into a long sword. This was completely beyond his understanding of the various energies. An extremely preposterous feeling welled up in his heart. Not only humans, but even gods would be fearful of the unknown. Therefore, when he discovered that Han Shua had transformed into a long sword, he, who hadn't been nervous since he descended to this plane of existence, was truly a little afraid. That was why his voice trembled a little. Creak! Creak! Han Shua, who had transformed into the demon's lair edge, twisted a few times and shattered the solid ice. This made that person even more terrified. Why do you care what I am? Do you think that you can trap me with just these solid ice? Han Shua sneered in the form of the demon's lair edge. His voice was filled with ridicule. Blood-colored light flickered repeatedly on the blade, shattering the ice that had frozen him and flying out. The demon's lair edge had been forged by Han Shua to be incomparably sharp. It had just absorbed the destructive energy of a few 100,000 orcs a few days ago. Due to its unique composition, it was extremely difficult to imprison. Blood-colored light glistened as the demon's lair edge shot towards Han Shua's frozen body. With a crisp clang, the ice that had frozen Han Shua's body completely shattered. Han Shua grinned as he sized up that person. He extended his hand and the demon's lair edge landed in his palm. Pointing at his avatar of death in the distance, Han Shua smilingly said, "Look at that body, isn't it also very peculiar?" That person was shocked by Han Shua's successive methods. When he turned his head to look, he discovered that the third Han Shua had turned into a skeletal staff. He felt a chill in his heart. He really didn't know what kind of monster Han Shua was. "You, what race are you?" The man who was trembling in fear pointed at Han Shua and cried out in alarm. Han Shua knew that the person was scared. After such a series of shocks, the fear of the unknown had deeply affected him. In addition, he hadn't gathered his divine energy for the time being. He immediately wanted to retreat. Han Shua, who was sizing him up, saw that the divine light in the person's eyes was gradually dissipating. He snorted coldly and stabbed at the person with the demon's lair edge. Pfft! The demon's lair edge pierced through the person's skull. The demon's lair edges tens of thousands of negative energy of malicious souls and the divine energy formed from the edict of destruction were unleashed at the same time. Before his soul dissipated, the demon's lair edge followed that thread of connection and ruthlessly attacked him. "I don't care what you are, I will definitely kill you." a piece of consciousness was transmitted over intermittently. Bam! Tiana's body completely exploded in a burst of strong light. This time, it was after the soul of the mid-god had left. Without the effect of divine energy, she turned into minced meat and a rain of blood. Humph, you run pretty fast. Han Shuo snorted coldly. With a twist of his wrist, the demon's layer edge shot straight at the other avatar trapped in ice, breaking through the divine energy on it. Hovering in midair and looking down, Han Shuo discovered that the bodies of those devoutly praying believers were all frozen into ice sculptures. The element of water that had been lost in an instant had once again flooded the area, causing the area that had suddenly warmed up to become cold once again. The descent of a mid-god had taken the lives of thousands of devout believers and forcibly occupied Tiana's body. After a fierce battle, all three of Han Shuo's bodies were injured. However, the soul of that mid-god who had descended into the world was also gravely injured by Han Shuo. The damage to his soul was even more serious than the damage to Han Shuo's physical body. After paying such a heavy price, he still failed to kill Han Shuo. Instead, he had to flee with his tail between his legs. No matter how one looked at it, Han Shuo had won this battle. Although the victory was somewhat difficult and he had also paid a heavy price, Han Shuo felt a strong sense of satisfaction when he recalled that his opponent was a mid-god. The three bodies merged into one. Han Shuo took a deep breath and suddenly let out a shrill howl. The sound waves spread far and wide, reaching the three base gods who had retreated a step earlier. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Han Shuo attentively sensed the injuries suffered by his three bodies. By now, the puncture wound on Han Shuo's chest had completely healed. Most of the frigid aura in his body had also been purged. On the other hand, the two avatars of Han Shuo's that had suffered such a heavy blow would take some time to recover. They could only be nursed back to health slowly. Of Han Shuo's three bodies, the two avatars of Han Shuo's did not have a single scratch on them due to the special materials they were made of. They appeared to be in good condition. However, the damage came from the inside. They needed to be repaired using enormous elemental and edictal force over a period of time. On the contrary, Han Shuo's main body that cultivated in demonic arts seemed to have suffered extremely heavy injuries. However, due to the special nature of his body, he possessed an extremely freakish self-healing ability. By using demonic yuan to make up for the injuries, it didn't take long for him to recover more than half of his injuries. From this aspect, it could be seen that the main body that cultivated in demonic arts was indeed marvelous. It had absolutely no fear of huge injuries coming from the physical body. This battle had given Han Shuo a lot of valuable experience. While secretly inspecting the injuries on his body, Han Shuo was also carefully reflecting on the scene of the battle just now. From the previous battle, Han Shuo understood that it was because the opponent's domain of divinity was a realm higher than his opponent's. Just this point alone made him almost invincible. Within the opponent's domain of divinity, Han Shuo appeared to be restrained and his strength was greatly reduced. Although the opponent's domain of divinity was a realm higher, the opponent appeared calm and unruffled. In an instant, he extracted all the elemental energy within the domain of divinity and condensed it into a single punch. The explosive force formed was extremely terrifying. If not for the fact that Han Shuo had used rapid change to swiftly escape, he would have been seriously injured by the first punch.
Because his divine body could not descend, the opponent's divine energy was not much stronger than Han Shuo's. However, by relying on the strength of the domain of divinity and his skillful manipulation of elemental energy, he was able to single-handedly deal with all three of Han Shuo's bodies without dying. If not for Han Shuo using the pearls of annihilation to catch him off guard and then using tactics to endlessly disturb his mind, it would have been hard to say whether he could have won in the end. From this aspect, it could be seen that being a realm higher in the deity realm was not just an increase in divine energy. This battle allowed Han Shuo to truly understand the dangers of a battle between deities. He also understood some situations that he did not understand in the past. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded from afar. Han Shuo raised his head and glanced into the distance. He knew that the three had understood the meaning of his whistle and were rushing over. "How are you?" Ermite Cotton was startled when he arrived. He hastily approached Han Shuo and asked, "I'm injured. Those from the Shrine of Ice sure are hard to deal with." Fortunately, they managed to escape, Han Shuo said to Ermite Cotton with a bitter smile. "Are your injuries serious? Do you need to rest immediately?" Ermite Cotton asked with a frown. He appeared somewhat worried. "In any case, my injuries aren't light. God damn it, those religions that have existed for a long time are indeed not easy to deal with," Han Shuo nodded and cursed. Suddenly, Han Shuo noticed that when he mentioned that his injuries were not light, the eyes of Pegasus and Gree the Banshee flickered for a moment, as though they had some ideas. With a thought, Han Shuo looked at the two with a sneer and abruptly stood up. With a flash of light, Han Shuo appeared in front of Pegasus. He spread his hand over Pegasus' head and said in a sinister tone, "What? Do you want to kill me while I'm seriously injured? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Pegasus was extremely frightened. He hastily knelt before Han Shuo. He was so frightened that he didn't even dare to move. "No matter how heavily injured I am, killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Don't try to show off your little tricks in front of me. In the face of absolute power, you'd better put away your little tricks as soon as possible," Han Shuo said unhurriedly with a mischievous smile as he looked at Pegasus. "I wouldn't dare. I really wouldn't dare." When Pegasus saw the ground littered with corpses, he thought that all of them were killed by Han Shuo. He was truly afraid that Han Shuo would immediately finish him off. He was bitterly begging for Han Shuo's forgiveness. "It seems like people like you need to be restrained a little. Otherwise, I reckon you won't be too honest." Han Shuo grinned nastily. A drop of blood spurted out from his index finger. He infused it with some divine energy and sealed it in Pegasus' brain. "If you don't have enough strength, you better not have any thoughts of resisting. Otherwise, your brain will explode with a single thought of mine." Hee hee. Han Shuo was all smiles as he looked at the trembling Pegasus. His attitude was amiable. "Well, Gree, if you think you can escape, you can give it a try." Han Shuo removed his big hand from Pegasus' head and shot a cold glance at Gree, who was timidly trying to escape in the distance. "My lord, you misunderstand. I'm not trying to escape," Gree forced a smile and explained with a bitter face. "You are a smart person. You should know what to do. Just come here obediently." Han Shuo looked at Gree with an unruffled smile and said unhurriedly. "Understood." Gree heaved a sigh and thought to herself, "Why am I so unlucky to run into such a demon? Sigh, I'm done for this time."
With a smile on her face, Gree obediently walked up to Han Shuo, extended her head in front of Han Shuo, and said, "My lord, please apply the seal." That's more like it," Han Shuo smiled evilly and applied the same seal on Gree. "What about me, Brian?" Ermite Cotton walked up to Han Shuo and asked with a smile. "What are you talking about? How can I treat you like that?" Han Shuo pretended to be angry. He glared at Ermite Cotton and said sincerely, "You are different from them. I can tell who is sincere and who is pretending." Pegasus and Gree both wore bitter faces. They exchanged glances and sighed inwardly at the same time. They thought to themselves, "How unlucky I am. I really don't have a chance to escape anymore." Chapter 609. After taking care of Pegasus and Gree, Han Shuo assigned them a mission: carry away all the valuables of the Shrine of Ice. Pegasus and Gree were old monsters who had lived for God knows how many years. They had a discerning eye for treasures. After planting a seal in their minds, Han Shuo had their lives in his hands. He wasn't afraid that they would play any tricks. The two were truly afraid of Han Shuo. They flew around several icy mountains with bitter faces, searching for anything valuable for Han Shuo. If they hadn't met Han Shuo, the two would have been characters that no one on Profound Continent would have dared to provoke. As the saying goes, evil people will only be tormented by evil people. They deserved it. After all, it was Han Shuo who said that he was seriously injured that the two began to harbor evil thoughts. As an expert who founded the Lancelot Empire, Mike Cotton knew that Han Shuo's goal was to unify the entire Profound Continent. Therefore, after learning that Han Shuo's goal was to unify the entire Profound Continent, Mike Cotton had truly started to treat Han Shuo as one of his own. Han Shuo had always maintained the proper respect for Mike Cotton. He did not give Han Shuo any face like how he treated Pegasus and Gree. While the two dejectedly worked on Han Shuo's behalf, Han Shuo and Mike Cotton were chatting with a smile on their faces, as though they were two friends despite the difference in age. You mentioned that a god of the Shrine of Ice has descended. How strong is that person? Mike Cotton was extremely curious about the Shrine of Ice. He had stayed on Profound Continent for a very long time and had long learned of how powerful the Shrine of Ice was. It's a mid-god. He's very powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't display his full strength and that I managed to sneak attack him, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to see me today, Han Shuo explained smilingly. I didn't expect that he would be a mid-god. He is indeed terrifying, Mike Cotton said with some lingering fear. Mike Cotton felt some lingering fear in his heart. He was aware of the hierarchy of gods and understood what a difference of one level meant. He underestimated the enemy. Serves him right, Han Shuo said smilingly. It can be said that you have destroyed the Shrine of Ice's foundation on Profound Continent. They definitely won't let this matter rest. Have you thought of how you are going to deal with them if they were to cross material planes? After all, Mike Cotton had lived for many years. There were some things he knew. Han Shuo of the Shrine of Ice had long thought of this problem. Han Shuo had long thought of this problem. He knew that it wasn't impossible for him to send of gods of higher material planes to cross planes through interplanar transportation matrices. This time, it was because that mid-god's soul had used Tiana as a medium to descend that Han Shuo managed to injure his soul and force him to retreat. If that mid-god had truly used the interplanar transportation matrix to cross dimensions, Han Shuo knew that with his current strength, he would have no chance of victory. I haven't thought about it yet. This is indeed a headache. After a long while, Han Shuo shook his head and sighed helplessly. Sigh, it seems that we can only take it one step at a time. I hope he won't really cross planes to come here. Mike Cotton was also very helpless. His strength was limited and he couldn't help Han Shuo even if he wanted to. All he could do was comfort Han Shuo verbally. It's alright, there's always a way, Han Shuo said while pretending to be relaxed. However, his heart was getting heavier and heavier. He understood that on Profound Continent, other than the Primordius Dragon who acted as his protector, there really wasn't anyone who could threaten him. Han Shuo wasn't even afraid of the Primordius Dragon. However, there were many experts on other material planes. If even a mid-god were to descend, Han Shuo wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Previously, Han Shuo had offended Spider Goddess Rose. And now, he had injured that mid-god of the Shrine of Ice. This enmity had been sown. Perhaps one day, they would meet again. The pressure on Han Shuo made him feel rather heavy. What should we do next? Should we make another trip to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light? Mike Cotton couldn't help but ask as he knew about Han Shuo's plan. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo shook his head, forced a smile, and said, "Let's wait for a while. I've sustained some injuries this time. The Church of Light might have another battle on the sacred mountain. If I were to face the Shrine of Ice again, I really don't have the confidence to withstand it. Let's go back first. When I recover from my injuries, I will come back and wipe out the Church of Light in one fell swoop. I need to make good use of this period of time to think about how to deal with future crises. Alright, I really do miss the Lancelot Empire. I was imprisoned by the Primordius Dragon for 500 years. I wonder how many things have happened in the Lancelot Empire during these 500 years. I wonder if the citizens and the imperial family of the Lancelot Empire will still remember me. Whenever Ermite Cotton mentioned the Lancelot Empire that he had founded, he would feel a sense of gratification and satisfaction. This was also the reason why he treated Han Shoa so sincerely and amicably after learning that Han Shoa was carrying out his unfinished business. To Ermite Cotton, Han Shoa, who hailed from Lancelot Empire, was equivalent to one of his people. Moreover, Han Shoa was an expert who had the strength to contribute to the empire. The two shared common interests. In addition, Han Shoa's temperament was very much to Ermite Cotton's liking. Therefore, Ermite Cotton's attitude towards Han Shoa changed so quickly. While Han Shoa and Ermite Cotton were conversing, Pegasus and Gree did not remain idle. After a while, the two finally collected all the precious items of the Shrine of Ice and stood before Han Shoa one after the other. Pegasus respectfully grabbed a few space rings and handed them to Han Shoa with both hands, saying, "They're all inside. Some of them are really good. My lordship, please take a look at them." Han Shoa did not take the items. Instead, he smilingly said to Ermite Cotton, "The Shrine of Ice has been operating for so many years, it's only natural that they have some interesting items. However, you should also know that with my strength, there are many things that I wouldn't be interested in. I'm still injured, so I'd like to trouble you to help me deal with them." "No problem. I'm quite familiar with this sort of thing. Back in the days when I was fighting wars all over the world, I had annihilated many small countries. I've done this sort of thing quite often," Ermite Cotton said with a rather sinister smile. "Thank you very much. Come on, let's leave this place first. I reckon that the news of the Shrine of Ice's destruction will soon spread throughout the entire continent. The Shrine of Ice is the most fundamental strength of Kasi Empire. This incident will certainly deal a heavy blow to Kasi Empire's spirit. I believe that they will no longer be able to contend against our Lancelot Empire in the future." Although Han Shoa was injured, he was still in a pretty good mood for avenging the Shrine of Ice. "That's true. Without the Shrine of Ice, Kasi Empire will certainly descend into chaos. The reason why this country has always been firmly controlled by the House of Pillon is all because of the deterrence of the Shrine of Ice. Now that the shrine has been annihilated, I'm afraid that the House of Pillon may not be able to continue to firmly rule over Kasi Empire." Ermite Cotton was very familiar with Kasi Empire. He hit the nail on the head and pointed out the possible power struggle that would unfold in Kasi Empire. "Let's go." Without saying anything else, Han Shoa and his party of 4 unhurriedly left the Shrine of Ice and returned to Lancelot Empire according to the route they came from. When passing through the Dragon Valley in the depths of the dark forest, Han Shoa hesitated for a moment. He did not head to the Dragon Valley to check if the Primordius Dragon had returned. Before he fully recovered from his injuries, Han Shoa held his breath and did not act rashly. When they were about to arrive at the Cemetery of Death, Han Shoa's 2 avatars separated and entered the Cemetery of Death to recover from their injuries. As Han Shoa's avatar cultivated in demonic arts, the speed of recovery far surpassed that of his 2 avatars. By the time they arrived at the Cemetery of Death, he was basically in good condition. Therefore, he did not enter the Cemetery of Death, but instead brought Ermite Cotton and the other 2 to the Valley of Sunshine. This time, Han Shoa did not stay in the Valley of Sunshine for long. He found Jasper and the others and told them to stay in the Valley of Sunshine to familiarize themselves with the new world known as Profound Continent. After chatting with Trunks for a while, he arrived at Asen City with Ermite Cotton and the other 2. Ermite Cotton had been away from Lancelot Empire for far too long. He really missed Lancelot. In order not to cause a commotion in Lancelot Empire, Han Shoa did not reveal Ermite Cotton's identity to anyone. To Ermite Cotton, he really didn't care about such an empty reputation. He had obtained everything he needed 500 years ago. He really didn't care about being worshipped like a god in Lancelot Empire. The reason why Han Shoa wanted to return to Asen City was to let Ermite Cotton relive his old days. On the other hand, Han Shoa wanted to personally greet Lawrence and come up with a plan to launch an all-out attack on other countries. After arriving at Asen City, Pegasus and Gree were arranged by Han Shoa to join the Dark Mantle. They became the two most terrifying trump cards of the Dark Mantle and were in charge of handling the most dangerous and difficult missions of the Dark Mantle. Both of them possessed base god strengths. With them in the Dark Mantle, Lancelot Empire would be absolutely safe in handling some of the shady affairs. For example, when two armies were engaged in battle, they could get rid of the Empire's commanders or deploy powerful magical matrices to turn the tide of the battle. It was impossible for Han Shuo to do all these things by himself. With them around, Han Shuo could save a lot of effort. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Han Shuo wouldn't summon the experts of the Abyss Realm. After all, the creatures of the Abyss Realm were unlike the humans on Profound Continent. If the experts of the Abyss Realm were to arrive on Profound Continent, it would cause unimaginable panic to the people of Profound Continent. Han Shuo did not wish to become the enemy of the entire Profound Continent. Therefore, he would never mobilize the forces of the Abyss Realm unless absolutely necessary. However, with Han Shuo's current strength and the formidable experts he had under his command, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to help Lancelot Empire unify Profound Continent even if he didn't utilize the experts of the Abyss Realm. After making arrangements for Pegasus and Gree, Mike Cotton was arranging the large number of items he obtained from the Shrine of Ice. It was at this moment that the members of the Calamity Church, who he had not seen for a long time, traveled thousands of miles to pay their respects to Han Shuo. Chapter 610. The visitors were Wolf, whom Han Shuo was very familiar with, and Bert Zeely, the former Duke of Bulette Duchy. After Bulette Duchy was annexed by Bretel City, Bert Zeely disappeared without a trace. It was said that this evil summoner had returned to the Calamity Church. The two went straight to Han Shuo's mansion in Asen City. After waiting for Han Shuo for a long time, they finally saw Han Shuo, who had just returned from Boost Merchant Guild's Phoebe's place. When they met, the two were unprecedentedly respectful. As soon as they arrived, they kowtowed to Han Shuo, giving Han Shuo quite a fright. "What are you two doing?" Han Shuo was very astonished. From the way the two kowtowed to him, Han Shuo discovered that the two seemed to regard him as an elder of the Calamity Church. This made Han Shuo feel rather peculiar. "Lord Brian, the two of us have come under orders to invite you. We hope that you will make an official trip to the Calamity Church's headquarters with us," Wolf said in a deferential manner. "Oh?" Han Shuo let out a soft cry of surprise and asked puzzledly, "Why are you inviting me to the Calamity Church?" The mysterious Calamity Church had never publicly announced the location of its headquarters. Those countries and religions hostile to the Calamity Church had racked their brains to no avail to find the location of the Calamity Church's headquarters. Han Shuo did not expect that Wolf and Bert Zeely would so solemnly extend an invitation to him. This made Han Shuo rather flattered. "Lord Brian, your magnificent feat outside South Border City and the destruction of the Shrine of Ice have made His Holiness aware of your return. His Holiness has instructed us to do our utmost to invite you to the Calamity Church. He has important matters to discuss with you. He hopes that Lord Brian will not refuse." When Wolf said those words, his eyes were filled with unconcealable reverence. It appeared that Han Shuo's thunderous return to Profound Continent had indeed shocked the Calamity Church. "Why must it be me who goes to the Calamity Church? If your Pope is sincere, he should personally come to see me." With Han Shuo's current strength, there weren't many on the entire Profound Continent that could catch his eye. The Calamity Church was no exception. Therefore, Han Shuo had the audacity to make such a claim. Perhaps Wolf had been solemnly instructed before he came, but when Han Shuo said these words, he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled bitterly and explained, 5 years ago, His Holiness the Pope was prepared to personally come and have a chat with you. This time, when he heard of your news, he was no exception. He really was prepared to personally come. Then why didn't he come over? Why did he insist on me going over?" Han Shuo frowned and asked in a deep voice. With Han Shuo's current strength, he wasn't afraid of the Calamity Church playing dirty tricks behind his back. Even if his two avatars were injured, Han Shuo was confident that he could protect himself. It was just that he had been busy with the affairs of Lancelot Empire for the past few days and had no intention of going out for the time being. Before His Holiness the Pope decided to come over, he used the altar to communicate with the God of faith. As we are of low status, we don't know the specifics. However, when His Holiness the Pope came over, he said that the God of the Calamity Church had personally spoken and solemnly invited you to make a trip to the Calamity Church's headquarters. Only by using the altar at the headquarters can you communicate with the God of faith, Wolf explained respectfully. When these words were spoken, Han Shua's heart jolted as he thought of a few possibilities. For the past few days, Han Shua had been worrying about the Shrine of Ice and Spider Goddess Rose. He clearly understood that whether it was Spider Goddess Rose or the Shrine of Ice, they weren't forces that he could deal with alone. Once they crossed over, Han Shua knew that he wouldn't have much of a chance of victory. He had a clear understanding of his own strength and understood that he wouldn't be able to contend against either side in a short period of time. After pondering for a long time, Han Shua vaguely came up with an idea, and that was to temporarily attach himself to a major power. Before his own strength was strong enough, he would make use of the power of others to keep the Shrine of Ice and Spider Goddess in check, as well as the Church of Light that he was about to offend. His two avatars cultivated in the elemental energy of death and the Edict of Destruction respectively. The body of his avatar of death was even condensed from a skeletal staff. No matter how he thought about it, Han Shua felt that it would be easier to communicate with the forces of the gods of death and destruction. Furthermore, the foundation of these two overgods on Profound Continent was the Calamity Church. After hearing Wolf's words, Han Shua was almost immediately certain that he wasn't the only one who had such an idea. It seemed that the two overgods' forces also had the same idea. They were likely using the Calamity Church to formally extend an olive branch to him. Han Shua put on a faint smile and said in a relaxed manner, "So that's how it is." "Right, I agree to your request. However, you will have to wait for me for a period of time. When I am done with the matters here, I will immediately depart for the Calamity Church headquarters with you too." "Many thanks, your lordship." Wolf obviously heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Han Shua's agreement. Soon after, he said in a flattering manner, "Lord Brian, actually, when we first met, I already knew that we were on the same side. Your lordship has just appeared and you have already accomplished two major things. Many of the elders in the Calamity Church have been shaken. Now, you have even received a direct message from a god. Your lordship is indeed extraordinary. I hope that your lordship will guide us in the future. I hope that your lordship will guide us in the future." Bert Zeely, who had been silent all this while, also put on a flattering smile. Wolf and Bert Zeely had been helping Han Shua with all their might since 5 years ago. They had invested enough capital on Han Shua and helped Han Shua annex the 7 Grand Duchies. Now that they saw Han Shua's powerful return and that the Calamity Church had unprecedentedly attached importance to him, the two of them were more excited than anyone else. Han Shua sized up the two with a smile and nodded. He patted Wolf's shoulder and said smilingly, "Smart people always have good luck. Don't worry, if there really is an opportunity in the future, I will not forget the help you have given me in the past." "Many thanks, your lordship." "Many thanks, your lordship." Wolf and Bert Zeely were overjoyed and hastily expressed their gratitude to Han Shua. Han Shua had yet to officially join the Calamity Church, but all the higher-ups of the Calamity Church, including the Pope, were already shaken. The two of them knew that once Han Shua officially joined the Calamity Church, with the skeletal staff in his hand, he would definitely have an enormous influence. With this guarantee from Han Shua, the two of them seemed to have seen the scene of their meteoric rise in the future. Even though they were already old, they still couldn't calm down and became excited. "All right, the two of you can leave first. After I have settled the matters here, I will immediately head to the Calamity Church's headquarters with the two of you," Han Shua instructed indifferently when he saw the two of them beaming with smiles. "Understood, your lordship. When your lordship has settled the matters here, you can contact us." Wolf respectfully saluted before leaving with Bert Zeely. Wolf had long ago told Han Shua how to contact the Calamity Church. He had never treated Han Shuo as an outsider. Thinking about it, the Calamity Church's divine weapon, the skeletal staff, was in Han Shuo's hands. He was also a necromancer and a mortal enemy of the Church of Light. His actions for so many years were in line with the Calamity Church's principles. Naturally, the Calamity Church had long regarded him as one of their own. After Wolf and Bert Zeely left, Han Shuo pondered for a long time. He recalled the time when his soul was invaded under the cemetery of death. He understood that the god at that time only wanted Han Shuo's faith so that he would wholeheartedly serve the Calamity Church. However, now that Han Shuo himself was a god, Han Shuo believed that as long as those evil gods weren't fools, they wouldn't use that kind of method again. Different situations call for different actions. I can only make use of the Calamity Church. When my strength reaches a certain realm, it'll be hard to say who will be controlling who. Han Shuo thought to himself after a moment of silence. In the next few days, Han Shuo properly compensated the three ladies in Asan City, releasing the desires that they had painstakingly suppressed for the past 5 years. Han Shuo's performance in South Border City, as well as his deeds in Kasi Empire's Shrine of Ice, once again caused a sensation in Lancelot Empire after being deliberately disseminated by the Dark Mantle. It was as though Han Shuo had become the new object of faith for the people of Lancelot Empire overnight. Even the number of believers the Druidic Order had obtained after operating in Lancelot Empire for so many years couldn't compare to the number of believers Han Shuo had obtained in just a few days. Through Han Shuo's deliberate guidance, many citizens of Lancelot Empire truly believed in Han Shuo as a god, providing Han Shuo with a portion of the power of faith. Han Shuo was contentedly enjoying all this. However, there were still some matters that were more troublesome. For example, after he had made love with Emily that day, Emily mentioned Jasper and the others to Han Shuo. As a high-ranking member of the Dark Mantle, in addition to the fact that Jasper and the others had attracted too much attention when they appeared in the Valley of Sunshine, it would be strange if she didn't know about this matter. Han Shuo had no choice but to brace himself and explain to Emily. He especially emphasized the uniqueness of his demonic arts and the fact that he had no other choice. However, it was very obvious that Emily didn't believe Han Shuo's explanation at all. She said angrily, "Everyone in the Empire knows about your lust. How could it be as forced as you say? You can explain it to Fanny and Phoebe yourself. The two of them already know about it." Han Shuo couldn't help but smile wryly at Emily's words. He knew that Emily was easy to deal with, but Phoebe and Fanny were even more difficult to talk to. Also, what are you going to do with that Helen, the former Duke of Helen Duchy, and Sophie, the daughter of Sacred Knight Sulo? Emily continued, panting with rage. What does Sophie have to do with me? Han Shuo cried out that he was wrongly accused. Humph. She traveled thousands of miles from Kasi Empire to your Bretel city and made many contributions to your city. Now, she's specially raising warhorses in the former Bonton Duchy for Bretel city. Who doesn't know that she's interested in you? Emily sighed softly. She imitated Phoebe and pounded Han Shuo's chest, saying bitterly, "Why are you so fickle?" Han Shuo smiled wryly. He didn't know what to say, nor did he have anything to say. Chapter 611. In Asan City, Han Shuo had women on his left and right as he accompanied the three ladies, enjoying the joy of being together to his heart's content. Han Shuo had no choice but to brace himself and explain to the three ladies about Jasper, Selena, and Helen. Naturally, Phoebe and Fanny were furious at Han Shuo. However, under Han Shuo's coaxing and deceit, their anger gradually subsided. From the day they met Han Shuo, the three ladies knew that Han Shuo was not a good person. The grievances of his previous life had caused him to be lustful after his reincarnation. The three ladies clearly knew what kind of person Han Shuo was, yet they were still willing to be together with him. Therefore, they had to bear the consequences. What was done could not be undone. The three ladies accepted reality after their anger subsided. However, they repeatedly urged Han Shuo to know his place in the future. Han Shuo naturally agreed. Having successfully crossed the carnal realm, Han Shuo's lust was no longer as intense. This time, his guarantee came from the bottom of his heart. He felt that as long as he could control his state of mind, there shouldn't be any problems in the future. Staying in Asan City, Han Shuo accompanied the three ladies to have fun and at the same time put in effort to improve their strength. Under Han Shuo's guidance, Fanny gradually grasped the method of gathering the element of death with her body. With the help of the crystal condensed from the base god's body and Han Shuo's attentive guidance, Fanny made rapid progress. She had the opportunity to advance a step further and reach the realm of sacred Magus Necromancer at every moment. Emily was handed over by Han Shuo to be taught by Ermite Cotton. They both cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness, but Ermite Cotton was 2 realms higher than Emily. In addition, Emily's understanding of the element of darkness came from the notebook that Ermite Cotton had left behind. Therefore, it was very easy for Ermite Cotton to teach her and her strength progressed very quickly. Ermite Cotton was very fond of Emily, truly treating her as his disciple. He imparted all of his understanding of dark magic to Emily, allowing Emily to improve by leaps and bounds. Just like Fanny, Phoebe was taught by Han Shuo. However, because Phoebe cultivated in fighting aura, Han Shuo could only give her some of his own cultivation insights and couldn't provide too much help in the details. Old Monster Statholm had more experience in this aspect. Unfortunately, Statholm had been training in Bretel City all this time and wouldn't be able to provide much help to Phoebe in the short term. When Han Shuo finished dealing with all the matters in Asan City and was preparing to leave for the Calamity Church with Wolf, Fanny excitedly returned from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. She said to Han Shuo, "Dean Emma is going to retire. She said that she will pass the position of dean to me in a few days." "Really? Congratulations." Han Shuo laughed heartily, hugging Fanny and shaking her vigorously. "But, I'm still too young. Will there be any problems?" Fanny was extremely excited, but she still appeared somewhat worried. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. I'll definitely make sure you sit firmly on this position." It's about time for the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force to make some adjustments. I'll leave Asan City after I attend your inauguration ceremony," Han Shuo calmly said with a smile. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was full of talents. Grasping the authority of the Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was equivalent to grasping the future of the Lancelot Empire. Many people would covet this position of Dean. However, Han Shuo believed that with his current influence in the Lancelot Empire, he would definitely be able to fulfill Fanny's wish. Will I not be able to do it well? Fanny also knew how much influence Han Shuo had in the Lancelot Empire. After hearing Han Shuo's guarantee, she knew that the position of Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force would definitely belong to her. However, she was still somewhat worried that she didn't have the ability to properly manage the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. "How would you know if you haven't tried?" "Don't worry, I believe that you can do it." You should make some preparations first. Wait to take over the position of Dean in a few days." Han Shuo smiled as he consoled Fanny. After making his promise to Fanny, Han Shuo looked for King Lawrence and communicated with him. Lawrence was now practically obedient to Han Shuo's words and immediately agreed without thinking. He used the name of the imperial family to clear Fanny's name in advance and promised Han Shuo that he would go and support her when the time came. Behind Fanny was the king of the Southern Territory, Firenze, as well as the extraordinary existence Han Shuo. Lawrence obviously understood Fanny's value and it was only natural that he would give her face. With Han Shuo's powerful influence in the Lancelot Empire, he communicated with Emma and a few other transcendental existences in the Empire and the matter was immediately settled. No one dared to fight with Fanny for that position. While Han Shuo was making use of his influence, all the dignitaries of the Lancelot Empire expressed their goodwill and congratulations to Fanny. Many expensive gifts flooded towards Fanny like a tide, causing Fanny to be somewhat overwhelmed. The three ladies, Fanny, Emily, and Phoebe, each controlled an enormous amount of the Empire's resources. They also had the common Han Shuo behind them. In the Lancelot Empire, as long as one wasn't a lunatic, no one would dare to go against them. Everything had been properly prepared. 3 days later, a grand inauguration ceremony would be held in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Han Shuo arrived at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force ahead of time. He reminisced about the past in the warehouse where he had stayed for a long time in the Necromancy Major. At the Nine Changes realm, Han Shuo could change his appearance and temperament at will. With just a simple transformation, Han Shuo was able to fool everyone. Here, Han Shuo still remembered some of the interesting things he had with Jack, the strange feelings he had built up with Little Skull, and the various incidents that had occurred with some students and odd job workers. After so many years, Han Shuo discovered that many of the sceneries here had undergone tremendous changes when he returned. The Necromancy Major, which was originally just a branch of the Dark Major, had long since established a school of its own. It had become a major whose students had surpassed the Dark Major. It had its own independent classroom and training ground and no longer used the resources of the Dark Major. The statues of famous people that stood on both sides of the wide avenue were still there. However, the tallest statue was a statue of himself. This statue had obviously changed. It was taller and more luxurious than all the other statues around it. There were only a few simple words on it: Brian, Guardian of the Empire, graduate of the Necromancy Major. Looking at the statue in front of him, a complicated feeling arose in Han Shuo's heart. He thought to himself that he probably didn't expect that he would become the greatest pride of the Babylon Academy in such a short period of time. It seemed like it was only yesterday that he and Jack had said that one day he would also become a statue and be placed here. Brian, is that you? Suddenly, a complicated soft cry came from behind him. The voice sounded a little shaky. Han Shuo's body trembled. He could tell that this familiar voice belonged to Lisa. He had already changed his appearance and his back was facing her. How could she recognize him so quickly? Han Shuo also felt a little sour in his heart. He didn't know if he should reveal his identity to her. Chapter 6:12. Turning his head back, Han Shuo glanced at Lisa and saw that her eyes were filled with incredulous surprise. However, when Lisa saw Han Shuo turn his head back, the surprise on her face suddenly turned to confusion. Her slender brows furrowed slightly as she warily sized up Han Shuo, who had changed his appearance. Lisa had grown up. This was the first impression that Han Shuo had when he turned his head back to look at her. The unruly and willful little girl from back then had now grown into a slender, elegant, and graceful young lady. The tragedy that had befallen her family had made her much more mature, and taught her to be strong and diligent. Looking at Lisa in front of him, Han Shuo's thoughts involuntarily returned to the past. He recalled the embarrassing time when he had first arrived in this world and pretended to be a ghost to scare Lisa. He recalled how Lisa had used him for necromancy magic experiments, and the trace of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Lisa, who had been looking suspiciously at Han Shuo, suddenly had her eyes light up. She said excitedly, "Brian, is that you?" "It's not me." Han Shuo answered reflexively without a second thought. Han Shuo immediately realized that the words were inappropriate as soon as they left his mouth. He shook his head with a wry smile. Surprise flashed through her eyes and was soon replaced by sadness. Lisa just stared blankly at Han Shuo, her gaze stubborn and resentful. Tears had filled her eyes at some point, as if they would fall at any moment. Sigh. Han Shuo sighed softly as they looked at each other for a few seconds. He smiled wryly. "How did you recognize me?" When Han Shuo's words left his mouth, the tears that had been swirling in Lisa's eyes finally rolled down her smooth cheeks. The moment her eyeballs rolled down, the stubborn Lisa suddenly softened. She burst into tears and rushed into Han Shuo's arms in a split second. She used all the strength in her body to hug Han Shuo tightly, as if she was deathly afraid that Han Shuo would disappear from her sight. "You're back. You're finally back. Do you know how worried I was?" When I heard that you were killed by the Church of Light, do you know how much pain I felt in my heart? Lisa said in a choked voice as she hugged Han Shuo tightly. She appeared very helpless and desolate. Lisa's body trembled in his arms. Han Shuo's heart softened as he listened to her emotional cries. From her words, Han Shuo could hear the deep feelings Lisa had for him. It was a kind of unswerving conviction that he could not do without. Why are you doing this? Sighing softly, Han Shuo's heart was filled with sourness. He really did not understand why Lisa was so insistent. All this while, Han Shuo had thought that Lisa's feelings for him were just youthful fooling around that would naturally be forgotten with the passage of time. He really did not expect Lisa to have such deep feelings for him. Only when I'm with you can I feel happy. Apart from you, no one else can give me that kind of feeling. Brian, I beg you, don't be so heartless, okay? Lisa's eyes were filled with tears as she tightly grabbed onto Han Shuo's chest, helplessly pleading. AI. Sighing again, Han Shuo's heart softened. He completely forgot his promise to Phoebe and the others. Looking at Lisa's tearful appearance, he unconsciously nodded. An ecstatic expression suddenly blossomed on Lisa's tear-stained face. She fiercely hugged Han Shuo, hugging him tighter and tighter, as if she wanted to melt herself into Han Shuo's body. Sensing Lisa's all-out strength, Han Shuo seemed to feel the heaviness of Lisa's emotions. He moved his mouth close to Lisa's ear and said softly, all right, don't cry. If others see this, they'll think that I'm bullying you. You've always been bullying me, and for many years. Lisa could not hold back her emotions anymore after venting. She began to sob and complain in Han Shuo's chest, as if she wanted to release all the hidden bitterness that had been bottled up in her heart for many years at once. Han Shuo shook his head with a wry smile, no longer trying to persuade Lisa to stop crying. From her agitated emotions, Han Shuo knew that these words had been bottled up in her heart for more than a year or two. Now that she had finally found a chance, how could Lisa be willing to give it up? Han Shuo was clear in his heart that if she did not speak those words clearly, the words that had been bottled up in her heart would be harmful to her body and cultivation. Only by venting them all would she be able to completely walk out of the pain and regain a healthy and stable state of mind. Therefore, Han Shuo did not try to persuade her. He only lightly patted Lisa's fragrant shoulder and patiently listened to her tearful complaints mixed with hidden bitterness and depression. He did not interject a single word, quietly feeling Lisa's deep feelings for him that were as deep as the sea. After a long time, Lisa's bitter cries gradually stopped. After a while, when her delicate body no longer trembled, Han Shuo asked with some doubt, "How did you recognize me so quickly?" Glaring resentfully at Han Shuo, Lisa cutely wrinkled her nose. "When you had your back to me to size up your sculpture, you did not deliberately conceal your aura. I am all too familiar with you. Your back, your aura, and the naughtiness in your eyes. Your transformation may be able to deceive others, but not me," Lisa said with great confidence. Han Shuo's heart was indescribably moved by her words. After so many years, Lisa was actually able to recognize him at a glance from his back. This was sufficient proof of how deep her feelings for him were. However, at the same time, Han Shuo was also on guard. He knew that because he had just entered the Nine Changes realm, his grasp of the transformations of the Nine Changes realm was not profound enough. Otherwise, Lisa would not have been able to recognize him so easily. "You don't look good like this. What's wrong?" Lisa panicked when she saw that Han Shuo was not speaking. She hastily asked, "Have you been disfigured by someone? How did you become so ugly?" Han Shuo smiled bitterly and shook his head. Under Lisa's gaze, the skin on Han Shuo's cheeks rippled like water. Before Lisa could cry out in surprise, Han Shuo had reverted to his original appearance. So miraculous. Lisa finally cried out in surprise. Her face was full of disbelief. With a faint smile, Han Shuo held Lisa's little hand and looked at Lisa, who had turned into a beautiful young lady. With a movement of his consciousness, he clearly sensed the strength of Lisa's mental strength. Then, he softly praised, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to become an adept magician. This kind of progress is truly astonishing." "Of course not. Compared to Master Fanny and the others, I'm still far behind." Lisa chuckled happily when she heard Han Shua's praise. However, she did not show any arrogance. It seemed that she had indeed matured a lot. "They have more or less accepted my help. You have reached your current strength without borrowing any external help. It is truly amazing." Han Shua shook his head and once again affirmed Lisa's hard work. The reason why Phoebe and the other two girls could improve so quickly was because of Han Shua's help. Otherwise, even if the three girls had extraordinary aptitudes, they would not have been able to reach their current heights in such a short time. "Hee, that's because I'm afraid of being left far behind by you. I'm afraid that you will look down on me. However, it seems that no matter how hard I work, I will still not be able to catch up to you." Lisa rubbed her little nose in embarrassment and spoke her mind to Han Shua. "Close your eyes and calm your mind," Han Shua suddenly said softly as a thought occurred to him. Lisa trusted Han Shua unreservedly. Although she did not know what Han Shua was going to do, she still followed Han Shua's instructions and closed her eyes. However, she could not calm her mind no matter what. She could not help but think of some places that she did not dare to think of. Han Shua held Lisa's little hand as the two leaned lightly against each other. They could smell each other's scent. Lisa was no longer a little girl. She had an expression as vast as the ocean when she looked at Han Shua. Her nose and mouth were filled with the manly scent of Han Shua. Her heart became more and more chaotic, filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Han Shua could not help but laugh when he sensed Lisa's chaotic state of mind and saw her flushed cheeks and rapid breathing. He lightly tapped her forehead with his finger and said amusedly, "What nonsense are you thinking about? I'm only preparing to pass on some of my insights regarding necromancy magic to you. I have no intention of doing anything bad to you. Calm your mind for me." Who's having wild thoughts?" Lisa was greatly embarrassed and hastily quibbled. However, she was somewhat disappointed in her heart. All right. I don't care what you were thinking about just now. In short, calm down for me." How could Han Shua not know of Lisa's embarrassment? He felt as though she had returned to the past at this moment and became that adorable yet hateful little witch. For some unknown reason, Han Shua was in a very good mood. After hearing Han Shua's words, Lisa finally calmed down. She closed her eyes and threw the distracting thoughts out of her mind. Her breathing gradually stabilized. When Han Shua, who had been watching Lisa attentively, saw that she had adjusted her soul to an optimal state, he extended a finger and pressed it between her eyebrows. His consciousness was like thousands of fine threads, slowly entangling Lisa's soul. This was not the first time Han Shua had done something like this. He had become more and more adept at it after reaching the Nine Changes realm. His consciousness was like tubes that formed a connection with Lisa's soul. Han Shua slowly transmitted some of his insights regarding necromancy magic before he became a sacred magus into Lisa's mind. Because Lisa was only an adept magus, her soul wasn't strong enough. Therefore, the transmission process was somewhat slow. Han Shua was also afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it. He was extremely careful, ensuring that there wouldn't be the slightest bit of danger in the process. Gradually, Lisa completely relaxed. Her soul was completely under Han Shua's control. This was a sign that she had full trust in Han Shua. With this, the transmission of memories was obviously much faster. Han Shua's heart was filled with gratitude, but he was even more careful. The two stood there for about half an hour. There were people passing by in between, but Han Shua used a boundary to block their line of sight. Gently withdrawing his hand, Han Shua smiled faintly and said in a gentle voice, "All right, you can open your eyes now." Lisa's bright eyes slowly opened. Her eyes were filled with incredulous surprise. She took a deep breath and suddenly realized, so this is the reason why Master Fanny became a Grand Magus so quickly. I finally understand. Brian, you heartless fellow. You've never helped me before. Han Shua smiled wryly and guaranteed, I will treat everyone equally in the future. Chapter 613. Ever since its establishment, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had produced countless talents for the Lancelot Empire. It was a veritable cradle of talents for the Empire. Today was the 13th inauguration ceremony of the Academy's Dean. Early in the morning, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages outside the Academy. All the bigwigs of the Empire were flocking to the place. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had a great influence on the Empire. Every inauguration ceremony would attract many famous people to come and congratulate them. This year was even more extraordinary. Due to Han Shua's relationship, almost all the people with real power had come. Even the king of Lancelot Empire was no exception. When the nobles arrived in groups, Han Shua, who had arrived earlier, temporarily separated from Lisa to meet Candide. Due to Fanny's inauguration ceremony, almost all the famous people of the empire had come. Firenze, who was far away in the southern border, had also found time to come. Today, the most important people of the Lancelot Empire were gathered at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. It was only natural that they had to be cautious when it came to safety. When he found Candide, Han Shua discovered that the latter's face was gloomy and somewhat worried. When he saw Han Shua coming over, Candide softly exclaimed and said in a deep voice, I've received news that someone may be coming to take advantage of this opportunity to assassinate His Majesty. Oh? Han Shua creased his brows and asked, what kind of people? I'm not sure for the time being. However, I'm certain that it's related to those hostile countries. Those who have come to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force today are all high-ranking officials of the Empire. If they are careless and get ambushed, it will cause irreparable damage to the Empire. Candide was somewhat worried. It wasn't easy to deal with a sneak attack. If something were to happen at such a solemn moment, it would cause immeasurable damage to the reputation of the Empire and the Dark Mantle. Is that so? Right, send a message to me. Summon my steward, Pegasus and Gree. If they aren't on a mission, call them over as well. I don't believe that any country can ruin our business, Han Shua said to Candide with a cold expression. Today was the day of Fanny's inauguration. Han Shua wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt the peace of the ceremony. However, if there were any enemies who dared to cause trouble, he would definitely kill them without mercy. Candide nodded and said to Han Shua, put in more effort. I'll also arrange for an army unit to come over to protect the place. Candide had long been accustomed to speaking with Han Shua as equals. He didn't put on the airs of a superior in front of Han Shua at all. After Han Shua returned to Lancelot Empire, Candide saw many things about Han Shua that others were unaware of. He understood that Han Shua possessed extraordinary strength. Therefore, he didn't put on airs in front of Han Shua and even got used to obeying Han Shua's orders. And, don't worry. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to cause trouble will die, Han Shua said confidently. Candide smiled sinisterly and didn't say anything else. Like a shadow in the darkness, he walked towards a bell tower and began to make arrangements. Expanding his consciousness, Han Shua spied on all the important figures of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The entire academy was like a miniature that was imprinted in his mind. Not a single area or person could escape his observation. This time, Fanny's inauguration ceremony had caused an uproar in the Lancelot Empire a few days ago. If there were people with ulterior motives who wanted to cause trouble, they would have long since received the news and made preparations. Although Han Shua was confident in his own strength, he did not have that much confidence in others. A sneak attack often happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Even if he was strong, he still had to be careful. Silently paying attention to the movements in every direction of the academy, Han Shua communicated with Candide and arrived at Dean Emma's spacious secret room. He saw Fanny, who was listening to Emma's teachings. Fanny had been staying with Emma for the past few days. Emma explained to Fanny some of the mundane matters of the academy, as well as the things that she needed to pay attention to in every aspect. Fanny, who had always been apprehensive, seized the time to ask Emma for advice on how to manage the academy. She wanted to understand the areas that she needed to pay attention to as soon as possible. Previously, Fanny had buried herself in necromancy magic and her own training. She rarely paid attention to mundane matters, but now that she was about to accept the position of the new dean of the Babylon Academy, she naturally had to learn new knowledge. Otherwise, even if she had Han Shoa as her backer, she wouldn't be able to convince the masses if she didn't have the ability. "How is it?" Han Shoa asked with a smile after entering. "Fanny is a very good child." "Heh, don't worry, I don't think there will be any problems. She will definitely be able to take good care of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force." The grizzled-haired Emma looked benevolently at Han Shoa and said merrily, "That's good. Dean Emma, you're not that old, why are you in such a hurry to retire?" Han Shoa was a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, Emma could indeed remain in her position for a few more years. "I'm getting old, haha. Look at me, I'm still a Grand Magus at my age, unable to break through. Fanny is already a Grand Magus necromancy at such a young age, and I think she'll advance even further soon. Emily and Phoebe are even more unbelievable. Since the children have all grown up, us old fellows should also give up our positions to the younger generation." Emma smiled and gently explained to Han Shoa. "Thank you, Sir Dean. You've always taken good care of me all these years. Without you, things between me and Brian wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Fanny looked at Emma and sincerely thanked her. "Thank you." Han Shoa also bowed respectfully to Emma and sincerely thanked her. Back then, when Han Shoa hadn't reached such a high realm, when Fanny's identity hadn't been exposed in the Empire, Han Shoa and Fanny had almost rashly gotten together. If it wasn't for Emma's dissuasion, the two of them would have been unable to escape the restrictions of some rigid rules by announcing their relationship so quickly. After all, the two of them were originally teacher and student, and this was against the laws of the Empire. It was precisely because of Emma's far-sighted persuasion that Han Shoa and Fanny had properly concealed this fact. When Han Shoa's reputation in the Empire had reached a great height and he'd helped Lawrence become the king of Lancelot Empire, no one dared to mention their teacher and student relationship due to their high status and powerful strength, and they naturally got together. "No need to thank me. I already knew that the two of you would get together. It's just that I've lived a few years longer than the two of you and can see things further than you can. It's a good thing that the two of you listened to me. You're both good children," Emma said amiably to Han Shoa and Fanny. It's about time. Lawrence has also arrived. Fanny, you're the host today, so you should come out to meet everyone and prepare for the ceremony." Han Shoa first nodded to Emma and then said to Han Shoa, "But there are still many things that I don't understand. I still need to continue asking Sir Dean." Fanny was clearly a bit nervous when faced with such an important matter. Although I'm no longer the dean, I will still remain in the residence. If you have any questions, it's not too late to ask them later. Silly girl, go. There's nothing to be afraid of," Emma said to Fanny, amused. The wrinkles on her face were all squeezed together and she really did look a bit old. "Dean Emma, take this pill and eat it. Perhaps you won't look so old after eating this pill." A thought occurred to Han Shoa and he took out a rejuvenation pill that he'd refined recently and handed it to Emma. Han Shoa had all sorts of rare and strange ingredients on hand now. In order to help Lisa and his friends, Han Shoa spent some time refining several pills with different functions. The rejuvenation pill was a pill that cleared away the impurities in the body and revitalized the aging body and cells. Han Shoa saw that Emma's face was full of wrinkles and thought of how Emma had taken care of him and Fanny in the past. He was moved and gave her one. Emma seemed to know of Han Shoa's miracles and happily accepted the rejuvenation pill from Han Shoa. She held the rejuvenation pill in her hand and examined it with curiosity. She chuckled, "A pill like this has such a miraculous effect?" Smiling and nodding, Han Shuo said, "Try it. It's a pill that I personally refined, it should have some effect." "Ha, I believe you. Candide has told me about your miracles. Anything you take out will certainly not be ordinary." Emma was very happy. Any woman would always wish to appear a bit younger, and Emma was naturally no exception. "You may sweat for a few days after taking this pill. The sweat will have some faint black stains, but don't worry, that's the removal of impurities from the body. It's a normal phenomenon." Han Shuo was afraid that Emma wouldn't understand the effects of the pill and would be shocked by its normal effects after taking it, so he explained it in advance. "Ha, I know. I remember that Fanny also had diarrhea for 3 days in the past." Emma chuckled as she looked at Fanny and teased. As the dean, Emma was very concerned about the matters of the academy. Fanny had always stayed within the academy and had seen everything that had happened in the past few days. She'd been a bit worried at first and had even talked to Fanny. She'd then discovered that Fanny looked radiant after having diarrhea for 3 days, as if she'd been reborn. With Emma's experience, she naturally knew that something must have happened to Fanny. Hearing Emma's words, Fanny's face and ears flushed red. She glared at Han Shuo and chided, "What kind of pill is that? Why does it always have such embarrassing side effects?" "Oh, then forget it. I was going to give you a newly refined beauty pill, but since you're afraid of the side effects, then forget it." Han Shuo shrugged and feigned helplessness. Fanny's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard that it was a beauty pill. She hurriedly walked in front of Han Shuo and said excitedly, "Give it to me, I'll take it no matter what side effects it has." Han Shuo had known this would happen and laughed heartily as he held Fanny's arm. He winked proudly at Emma and led her outside. Chapter 6:14. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was already packed to the brim with people. Dignitaries from all over the empire had flocked to this place. The representatives and students of the various faculties of the academy were bustling about, preparing for this grand ceremony. In the largest open-air plaza of the academy, there was a team of black-armored knights standing guard. Lawrence, who was dressed in formal attire, stood there with a smile on his face, constantly chatting with the various ministers about private matters. The two major enemies that had been troubling the Lancelot Empire for the past few years, the Empire of Orcs and the Kasi Empire, had been dealt with by Han Shuo in the short span of a dozen or so days. The ministers of the empire who couldn't sleep well at night had all relaxed, their faces brimming with smiles once again. Before Han Shuo's return, the hundreds of thousands of warriors of the Empire of Orcs could break through the south border city at any moment and reach the empire's capital, Asan City. Because of the existence of this huge threat, all the nobles of the empire had no appetite for food and could not sleep at night. They were afraid that they would wake up one day to find a savage orc warrior standing beside them. This kind of mental torture had been eroding the nobles of the empire. It was not until Han Shuo's trip to South Border City that they were truly relieved. Therefore, they were truly grateful to Han Shuo. Firenze, the king of the southern border, was standing proudly beside Lawrence, the empire's king. Today was an important day for Fanny, Firenze, who was eager to take action against the Orc Empire. Naturally, he had to find some time to come back. The news of Han Shuo's massacre of more than 100,000 orcs at South Border City had long since spread to every corner of the Lancelot Empire. There wasn't a single person who didn't know about it. That battle hadn't been purposefully exaggerated, but the magnificent feat of one person slaughtering hundreds of thousands of orcs was already quite unbelievable. Most of those who'd heard of this rumor didn't quite believe that Han Shuo had the ability to do so. Therefore, when Firenze appeared, some of the nobles of the empire who were on good terms with him surrounded him, tirelessly trying to find out the truth from his mouth. Even King Lawrence was no exception. Although Lawrence had always been confident in Han Shuo, the news from the South Border City was so shocking that even he found it hard to believe. Ever since Han Shuo became a god, Lawrence had always felt great pressure when facing Han Shuo. He didn't dare to ask Han Shuo to verify the truth of this matter. Now that he had the rare opportunity to meet Firenze, he immediately pricked up his ears to listen to the other minister's questions. "Old madman, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Did Brian really use undead creatures to exterminate the hundreds of thousands of beastmen warriors?" Due to the close relationship between Emily and Fanny, Old Han of the Betteridge clan was on good terms with Firenze. He started to make a big fuss. As soon as Old Han asked this question, the heads of the surrounding families, the various ministers of the empire, and even King Lawrence all pricked up their ears and showed expressions of attentiveness. It seemed that everyone was interested in this topic. "Motherfucker, believe it or not, it's up to you. You bunch of inexperienced people, what's there to fuss about? Even if I'm lying, don't tell me that so many soldiers and civilians of the south border city are lying as well." Firenze rolled his eyes. This question had been asked to him by more than one person. "Well, the people are too good at spreading false information. We don't dare to believe everything they say," Old Han chuckled awkwardly. Then, his expression turned solemn. He stared at Firenze and asked again, "Are you telling the truth? Did that youngster really single-handedly use necromancy magic to exterminate hundreds of thousands of orc warriors?" Old Han knew that although Firenze had a fiery temper, he was definitely not someone who liked to spout nonsense. Especially when Firenze displayed his impatience, Old Han was even more certain that Firenze was telling the truth. This matter was truly unimaginable. Even Mike Cotton, the founding hero of the empire, did not have such a shocking battle record as Han Shuo. Hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. What kind of concept was that? To think that a single person could exterminate hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. No matter who it was, they would find it hard to believe this fact. "Believe it or not, I can't be bothered with you guys." Firenze snorted coldly. He shot a glance at Lawrence, who was eavesdropping at the side, and said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, stop eavesdropping. When will the 2 legions you promised me arrive? I'm still waiting to conquer the Empire of Orcs." "Humph, the Empire of Orcs has been attacking the southern border for 3 years. It's time for us to act." Lawrence awkwardly smiled and assured Firenze, "Don't worry, the 2 legions will definitely arrive in a month's time. As for the southern border, you'll have to pay more attention to it. After that brat Brian's ruckus, the Empire of Orcs has been scared out of their wits. Now, his reputation is even more resounding than mine in the southern border. All the orcs believe that he is a true homicidal maniac and no longer dare to cause trouble for the empire. The southern border is now safe and sound. You don't have to worry anymore," said Firenze carelessly. He appeared very confident. Lawrence nodded with a smile and did not say anything else. His heart, however, was filled with astonishment. He had never expected that Han Shuo would actually be so terrifying. He had single-handedly scared the entire empire of orcs into not daring to come to Lancelot Empire. Firenze's confirmation of the South Border City incident had made Lawrence even more determined to treat Han Shuo well, regardless of any conditions. The eyes of the dignitaries of the empire were filled with astonishment. They were still slowly recalling Firenze's words. Each and every one of them had made up their minds that they would never make an enemy out of Han Shuo. "What do you want to talk about?" It was at this moment that Han Shuo's gentle voice sounded. He walked over together with the calmly dressed Fanny. Fanny had put on some light makeup, which made her already gorgeous and alluring look even more beautiful. She wore a loose black magical robe, which made her look solemn and dignified. However, it did not seem to be able to completely conceal her graceful figure. A faint smile hung on her face. Her dignified and elegant temperament made everyone secretly nod their heads. For some reason, they felt that with her as the new dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the future of the academy would be even brighter. "Nothing, we were just wondering why you haven't arrived yet." Lawrence rushed to cover up for fear that Firenze would speak too quickly and reveal what they had just discussed. "Lass, you are so beautiful today. Hee, you are as beautiful as your mother. Firenze looked at Fanny and smiled as he praised her. However, after saying those words, he seemed to recall something and sighed softly. His expression was somewhat dejected. Thank you for your praise, father. Today is a good day. Don't think about unhappy things. After such a long time, Fanny had long since forgiven Firenze's actions of disregarding his family for the sake of the country. She hurriedly said with a smile when she saw his expression turn gloomy. Firenze nodded his head and did not say anything else. However, his complexion looked a little better. As soon as Han Shuo and Fanny appeared, the nobles of the empire came over to congratulate Fanny one by one. Their attitude was more sincere than the other. Han Shuo noticed that most of them were doing this for the sake of him and Firenze. All right, we can begin. Lawrence saw that Fanny had come over and nodded to the guards of honor standing in the distance. As soon as the guards of honor saw Lawrence nod, they started playing all kinds of musical instruments in unison. Amidst the cheerful and high-spirited music, teachers and students of various departments gathered in the distance. Emily and Phoebe also appeared out of nowhere. Dean Emma, Candide, Amis, and many other characters that Han Shuo was familiar with also appeared. Emma walked up to the rostrum. With a benevolent smile on her face, she began to narrate the glorious history of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Fanny wore a solemn expression as she stood under Emma and listened to Emma's speech. The nobles of the empire and the students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force were all wearing smiles on their faces. They listened attentively to the ceremony without uttering a word. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Ermite Cotton and Gree the Banshee, one stood in the middle of the bustling crowd, while the other hid herself on the highest bell tower. Both of them were constantly paying attention to the surrounding situation. Han Shuo released his consciousness. He was also very cautious and vigilant, fearing that someone with ulterior motives would come and disrupt the ceremony at this solemn and respectful moment. Today, King Lawrence of the Empire, a majority of the nobles of the Empire, and the future of the Empire, the students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force were present in the plaza. If someone were to come and assassinate Lancelot Empire, it would cause immeasurable damage to the Empire. This was something that the Empire could not afford. Therefore, everyone had no choice but to be cautious. Gradually, Emma's speech came to an end and the formal handover ceremony for Fanny began. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. There shouldn't be any problems. As long as they know that I'm here, I believe that no one will dare to come and cause trouble, thought Han Shuo inwardly. The ceremony had come to an end and there was still nothing out of the ordinary. Han Shuo thought to himself. However, some people were truly unafraid of death. Just as Han Shuo thought that nothing unexpected would happen, he suddenly sensed that the elements of light in the surroundings were somewhat abnormal. The rays of the scorching sun under the clear sky seemed to be growing more and more dazzling. An invisible pressure shrouded the sky above the plaza. It was so heavy that it could suffocate some people. With killing intent surging in his heart, Han Shuo abruptly unfolded his consciousness. His face was as cold as frost as he signaled to Gree and Ermite Cotton who were hiding. Ermite Cotton and Gree had also sensed the abnormality in their surroundings. They immediately prepared themselves as though they were about to face a great enemy. After carefully sensing for a moment, Han Shuo's heart turned cold. His eyes burst with icy light and he suddenly vanished from where he stood like a ghost. In the next moment, he was standing on the bell tower together with Ermite Cotton. It's a large-scale forbidden light magic, Radiant Blast. The caster isn't just one person. They are trying to kill everyone in the plaza. They must be from the Church of Light. Ermite Cotton said in a deep voice when he saw that Han Shuo had arrived beside him. Humph, they came before I even went looking for them. Han Shuo coldly groaned as his killing intent surged.
Chapter 6:15. Let's not worry about where they are for now. The most important thing right now is to protect the pillars of the empire below. When Ermite Cotton saw Han Shua's murderous look, he guessed that Han Shua was preparing to immediately find the person who had released the forbidden light magic and kill them all. If Han Shua immediately set out to search for the spellcaster, the forces protecting the plaza below would lack an important protective barrier like him. Judging from the power of the forbidden magic, Radiant Blast, it should have been set up by several experts of the Church of Light. Ermite Cotton didn't have the confidence to completely protect everyone below. Let's first block the power of the Radiant Blast so that the people below won't suffer a calamity. With his reminder, Han Shua immediately reacted and didn't rush to find the person from the Church of Light. It was strange. Han Shua's consciousness covered a wide area. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been unable to find traces of the person. However, when Han Shua sensed the abnormality of the light element in the air above the plaza, he immediately focused his attention, wanting to find out where the perpetrator was. However, he really couldn't find the location of the person. This was somewhat illogical. What's going on? Why did the sunlight suddenly become so dazzling? It's making one dizzy and uncomfortable. I don't know why, but I feel very stifled in my heart. Could it be that a storm is coming? Below the plaza, a few nobles who didn't know what was going on used their hands to shield their eyes and look around. These people often didn't know martial arts or magic, but because of their high status, they still instinctively sensed that something was wrong. As for those experts who were skilled in martial arts and magic, they faintly sensed danger from the abnormality of the light element. However, because the one who had released the Radiant Blast was a top expert of the Church of Light, they couldn't tell what was wrong even though they sensed it. Something's not right. Although King Lawrence's martial arts was very poor, he also sensed danger from the stifling atmosphere around him. I don't know why, but the light element has suddenly become very active. Ames, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, cultivated in the elemental energy of light and was already a light Grand Magus. His brows were tightly furrowed as he sensed some danger from the flow of the familiar light element. Your Majesty, there might be danger. Let us send you away first. Candide walked to Lawrence's side and proposed with a bow. Lifting his head to look at the dazzling sky, Lawrence hesitated for a moment and began to search for Han Shua's figure in the crowd. However, after making a circle, he discovered that Han Shua wasn't in the dense crowd. This made Lawrence's heart skip a beat. His many years of blind confidence in Han Shua had come into play at this time. Lawrence smiled faintly and said calmly, "It's all right. With Brian here, there shouldn't be any danger. You see, the ceremony hasn't really ended yet. As the most important guest this time, how can I leave early?" Candide was somewhat surprised to see that Lawrence wasn't the slightest bit afraid and could even chat cheerfully and wittily with him. He nodded inwardly, feeling that this king was indeed out of the ordinary. Previously, Candide had seen Ermite Cotton and Grille arrive. Having a rough understanding of their strengths, Candide felt somewhat relieved. Seeing that the situation was still unclear, he was in no hurry to continue urging Lawrence. When Han Shua recommended Pegasus and Grille to Candide, he had vaguely pointed out their strengths to Candide. With Han Shua's assurance, Candide believed that the two should truly be as strong as Han Shua had said.
He didn't know Ermite Cotton's identity, but he did know that Han Shua had said that Ermite Cotton was a bit stronger than Grille and Pegasus. Therefore, when he saw that the two had arrived before him, he felt somewhat reassured. Radiant Blast was a forbidden magic that covered a large area of effect. It used the element of light to create a strong light that sprinkled down. All living things within the light's reach would be killed. The more powerful a forbidden magic was, the longer it would take for it to be released. This was especially true for the Radiant Blast this time. Perhaps the people who had arrived were aware of how terrifying Han Shua and the others were. Therefore, the radiant blast took a little longer to prepare than usual. As time passed, the dazzling light in the sky grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, the people below could no longer keep their eyes open. By the time the entire place was filled with dazzling light and the plaza looked as though it was directly illuminated by the scorching sun, the originally calm nobles were now showing signs of nervousness. The students of the various faculties of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force who had followed their teachers here were panic-stricken. They couldn't help but make a ruckus. Heavens, this seems to be the precursor to the radiant blast forbidden magic of the light element. The person in charge of the Light Academy, Voigtlander, had his suspicions in the beginning. Afterwards, he suddenly recalled the records of the radiant blast on an ancient scroll that he had been researching recently. He suddenly screamed. Voigtlander's scream scared the majority of the people half to death. Not all of these people had strong willpower and were unafraid of death. They all knew clearly in their hearts what forbidden magic meant. As the person in charge of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Voigtlander definitely wouldn't speak carelessly on such an occasion. Therefore, when they heard his scream, many people began to panic. What do we do? What do we do? Forbidden magic, am I going to die here? Heavens, I shouldn't have come. We're finished this time. Your Majesty, please retreat quickly. This really does seem like the radiant blast forbidden magic of the light element. Below the plaza, all kinds of panic-stricken voices rose and fell. Some students who had never seen the world, as well as those nobles who were greedy for life and afraid of death, were all shrieking like ghosts, scared out of their wits. However, the Lancelot Empire was a country with extremely strict hierarchy. Now that King Lawrence of the Lancelot Empire was here and hadn't left first, although those people were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, scared half to death, they could only stare at Lawrence anxiously and didn't dare to flee in front of him. Your Majesty, looking at this momentum, it should really be the precursor to the forbidden magic radiant blast. This forbidden magic has been brewing for such a long time, its power should be extremely terrifying. Do you think we should leave and lie low for a while? One of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Ames, advised Lawrence with a calm face. At this moment, Lawrence was also a bit afraid in his heart. However, facing the gazes of so many ministers, Lawrence didn't show it. Although he was laughing bitterly in his heart, his face was still calm as he asked Ames, if it really is the forbidden light magic radiant blast, then its area of effect should be extremely large. Do you think we can escape in such a short amount of time? Ames stared blankly for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile, replying, if it really is the radiant blast, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape even if we immediately escape now. Then that's it. Since escaping is useless, we'll just wait here. Lawrence pretended to be calm as he smiled faintly. Don't worry, with Brian here, nothing will happen to everyone. On the podium, Fanny, who had just completed the handover of her position as dean, smiled confidently and didn't seem to be nervous at all. Yes, as long as that kid is here, this place will definitely be safe. You bunch of cowards, what's there to be afraid of? Who knows, maybe you'll die because Brian can't take care of you if you run out of this area. After witnessing Han Shua's strength, Firenze and Fanny had the same blind confidence in Han Shua. They looked sloppily and disdainfully at those cowards as they ridiculed them. With Lawrence saying so, Fanny and Firenze also saying so, those people who were originally trembling with fear and wanted to escape all hesitated. When these people saw that the three of them were staying here so calmly, they pondered in their hearts for a moment before also staying here while trembling. However, they didn't feel confident in their hearts. Why did it suddenly turn dark? While those important figures were pondering in their hearts, a crisp and tender voice cried out in alarm. Everyone raised their heads to look and suddenly discovered that the glaring light in the sky had unknowingly been covered by masses of dark clouds. Those dark clouds were as black as ink, forcibly blocking the glaring light in the sky that was originally shining with boundless radiance. Under the clear sky and bright sun, those ink-like dark clouds above their heads were like a huge unrolled painting of the night. They forcibly covered the glaring light, causing the day to slowly turn into a pitch-black night. At the same time that this strange change occurred in the sky, a sinister and evil aura enveloped the entire plaza. Streaks of bloody light shot out from an unknown place and sank into the ink-like blood clouds. It seemed to be changing the state of the dark clouds, causing them to become even thicker and more solid. "It's Brian. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any problems." When he saw the streaks of bloody light shooting out from the sky, Lawrence's heart calmed down and he couldn't conceal his pleasant surprise as he cried out. Having known Han Shuo for many years, Lawrence already knew that Han Shuo practiced an extremely mysterious martial technique in addition to necromancy magic. Lawrence was one of the few people who had seen Han Shuo use demonic magic. When he saw the streaks of bloody light appear, he immediately confirmed his guess. He knew that Han Shuo must have begun to resist the radiant blast that was about to be successfully released. "That's right, Brian has made his move." Candide clearly heaved a sigh of relief as he spoke to comfort the crowd. Those who had a close relationship with Han Shuo, or perhaps had seen Han Shuo in action, were greatly reassured after hearing Lawrence and Candide's words. They had no reason to believe that Han Shuo could eliminate the threat caused by the forbidden magic. On the other hand, the majority of the nobles and students who didn't know much about Han Shuo didn't dare to be so confident. They were still nervously looking all around, ready to defend themselves at any moment. "It's coming. Get ready." On top of the bell tower, Han Shuo, Ermite Cotton, and Gree had been protecting the surroundings. When he sensed that the radiant blast had been completed, he suddenly shouted. Chapter 6:16. Han Shuo's soft shout caused Ermite Cotton and Gree's hearts to tremble. They could not help but focus their attention to the extreme, fully concentrating on guarding against the oncoming attack of the radiant blast. Han Shuo unfurled his consciousness and clearly observed the changes of the radiant blast at every second. He sensed the high-speed condensation, division, and recombination of the elements of light as he calmly prepared himself. The radiant blast was a type of light attack that condensed an enormous amount of elements of light to form a large area of effect. Based on Han Shuo's understanding of the dazzling radiance in the sky, he knew that the power of this radiant blast was not to be underestimated. The light curtain grew larger and larger as the elements of light became denser and denser. Tens of thousands of dazzling rays of light suddenly sprinkled down from the sky above the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. They were like tens of thousands of light swords, intending to annihilate all living beings below. As the might of the radiant blast was unleashed to its fullest, a solemn and sacred aura also filled the radiant blast, boosting the might of the forbidden magic and enveloping it in an instant. Han Shuo's eyes sparkled as he resolutely raised his head to look at the radiant blast that was crashing down. His heart was as tranquil as still water, without the slightest ripple. The radiant blast not only enveloped the entire Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, but also enveloped more than half of the northern city district. It suddenly came crashing down like a scorching sun, appearing extremely terrifying. All the residents of the northern city district, regardless of what they were doing, stopped what they were doing. Each and every one of them looked up at the sky above their heads in horror. Deep fear surged into their hearts in an instant, causing panicked sobs to erupt one after another. The atmosphere of the end of the world instantly filled everyone's hearts. No one knew how miserable their deaths would be. Everyone became extremely terrified amidst the trembling in their hearts. Just as the residents of the northern city district of Asan City were screaming in fear, they suddenly discovered that dark clouds appeared out of thin air and floated above their heads. The dazzling rays of light came crashing down, but were forcibly intercepted by the dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, Asan City's northern district turned from day to night. Dark clouds pressed down, bloody light soared, and shrill whistles rang out repeatedly. All kinds of spectacles suddenly appeared in the sky. Rumble. An earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted in the sky. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded at the same time, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Colorful lights appeared in the sky along with the explosion. They were like the most gorgeous fireworks, releasing their beauty to their heart's content. Although the dark clouds in the sky were thick and dense, there were still some places that were overlooked. Dazzling rays of light pierced through the clouds tenaciously. The people and things that were illuminated by the strong light burst apart one after another. Creatures, in particular, were directly turned into ashes and disappeared. In the short span of a few breaths, dozens of dazzling rays of light pierced through the clouds, causing the deaths of dozens of innocent civilians and the collapse of over 100 houses. On top of the bell tower of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and formed a seal with his hands, manipulating the blood seether that was churning in the dark clouds. He poured demonic yuan into the blood seether, causing it to emit a dense bloody mist that blended with the dark clouds that Ermite Cotton had condensed using dark magic into the endless night. In addition, Gree the Banshee used her wind magic to mobilize hurricanes at high speed, causing the bloody mist in Han Shuo's blood seether to fuse with the endless night, forming a large area of boundary that enveloped the northern city district. Han Shuo did not know how many people had come this time. However, he was certain that there was at least one base god among them. Otherwise, there was no way he could have released such a terrifyingly powerful, radiant blast. After adjusting his body, mind, and spirit to their optimal state, Han Shuo continued to operate the blood seether, continuously producing bloody mist that had special effects. He did his best to make up for every gap and prevent the dense radiant blast from being projected down. Not far away from Han Shuo, Ermite Cotton's body was shrouded in absolute darkness. He was rapidly chanting an incantation with a grave expression on his face. On the rooftop of the library, Gree the Banshee was screaming at the top of her lungs. One hurricane after another was drifting in every direction. As the fierce winds whistled past, the plaza was filled with sand, stones, and dust. "Brian, we can't hold on much longer." Ermite Cotton hastily shouted to Han Shuo beside him after chanting a long and cryptic incantation. Han Shuo, who had his eyes closed, slightly creased his brows. He chanted a short necromancy incantation. Little Skull, riding on a bone dragon, appeared in a flash of light. Little Skull, who was telepathically connected to Han Shuo, descended from the netherworld. His eyes shone with a sinister, icy radiance. The gravestone on his chest emitted a misty green radiance. Innumerable wraiths and gargoyles surged out one after another. They danced in all directions amidst the howling winds, forming a second barrier in the sky. As soon as the second barrier formed by the wraiths and gargoyles summoned by Little Skull was formed, the pressure on Han Shuo, Ermite Cotton, and Little Skull was relieved. They no longer had to deliberately conceal themselves and began to make up for the gaps. The barrier formed by Han Shuo's trio wasn't seamless. Since they had to use all their strength to form a barrier to protect the people below, their energy and strength were limited. They couldn't take care of everything. As a result, the gaps in the first barrier grew larger and larger. However, as soon as Little Skull appeared, he used his divine energy to summon a second barrier. This immediately relieved the pressure on Han Shuo's trio. They no longer had to worry about the gaps in the first barrier. Little Skull was Han Shuo's secret weapon. After he appeared, he formed the second barrier. While sacrificing some low-level wraiths and gargoyles, he truly protected the commoners and nobles of the empire, preventing them from being threatened by the radiant blast. The radiant blast that the assailants had expended so much effort to create was extremely terrifying. However, it was precisely because it was so powerful that the amount of energy it consumed was also extremely shocking. It was impossible to maintain for long. As expected, not long after Little Skull summoned the wraiths and gargoyles to form the second barrier, the radiant blast gradually reached its end. After the scattered specks of light scattered down, the sky north of Asan City finally returned to normal. Seeing that the radiant blast had reached its end, Han Shuo calmly issued an order to Little Skull. He also instructed Ermite Cotton to not let down his guard. He immediately closed his eyes and continued to search for traces of the assailants with all his might. With the threat of the radiant blast gone, under Han Shua's command, Little Skull took the lead in sending the wraiths and gargoyles back to the netherworld, while he himself concealed himself in the shadows. Ermite Cotton also stopped chanting dark elemental incantations. With the relaxation of his mental strength and the blowing of the Banshee Gree, the dark clouds that had been shrouding everyone's heads rapidly dispersed. The clear sky once again appeared above the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. What exactly happened just now? I couldn't see anything. I only heard the concentrated sounds of thunder. I thought I had been killed by the explosion. That blinding light has disappeared. The dark clouds have also disappeared. Does this mean that we no longer have to worry and be afraid? It should be fine now. I can no longer feel that suffocating pressure. The crowd below discussed spiritedly. The fear on their faces had turned into doubt. Every one of them looked around curiously, as though they were trying to find the answer to their questions from the changes in their surroundings. Heavens, what happened to those houses? They're all destroyed. An archmage of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force used the levitation spell to fly into the sky after the darkness had dispersed. After surveying the area from afar, he immediately exclaimed, "That's a phenomenon caused by the radiant blast. If any living being is hit by the strong light, they will immediately turn into ashes and disappear. It seems that the radiant blast has descended. However, it seems that 99% of the attacks were intercepted. Otherwise, the situation in the northern city district would definitely not be like this." Ames also flew into the sky and surveyed the surroundings. He walked to King Lawrence's side and respectfully said to Lawrence, "That damned Church of Light. Do they even deserve to preach benevolence to others?" Lawrence gnashed his teeth, his entire body trembling in anger. In the entire profound continent, only the Church of Light, with the most and strongest light magi, could display the might of the radiant blast to such an extent. In addition, the Church of Light had always been at odds with the Lancelot Empire. There was simply no need to think too much to know that there were definitely people from the Church of Light among the attackers. Too despicable, too shameless. Their Church of Light is indeed the greatest evil cult in the world. To actually do such a heartless thing. Old Han was also trembling in anger. He had never expected that the Church of Light would act so crazily. They actually disregarded the lives of so many civilians in Asan City and released forbidden magic over a large area. This was a violation of the tacit agreement of many countries in the profound continent. The Church of Light's actions could no longer be described as simply crazy. Ames immediately dispatched soldiers to pacify the people. "Candide, investigate for me. We must find the person who committed such a heinous crime," Lawrence ordered, flustered and exasperated. "Yes, Your Majesty." Ames and Candide answered simultaneously. They were also extremely furious in their hearts.
"Didn't I say that it's still safe to stay here? If you didn't listen to me and rashly walked out of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, you might have already been turned into ashes." After the incident, Ferenzo let out a light sigh of relief. He disdainfully looked at those who were trembling with fear and wanted to escape and ridiculed them. After escaping death, those people still had some lingering fear in their hearts. Each and every one of them smiled bitterly and shook their heads without saying a word, ignoring Ferenza. "Where's that fella Brian? The matter is over. Where did he run off to?" Seeing that those people did not refute, Ferenza also felt somewhat bored and did not continue to stare at them. Instead, he looked all around him and asked. After hearing what he said, knowing that Han Shua had saved all of them, each and every one of them began to search for traces of Han Shua. However, no matter how they looked, they could not find Han Shua's whereabouts. A faint line of blood gradually disappeared from a blind spot that no one could see, heading towards the outskirts of the northern city district.
Chapter 617. The sky-shrinking shadow-searching technique was a demonic art that was commonly used to search for strange objects. Han Shuo had used this technique to detect a region outside the city where a vacuum had formed. Feeling that something was amiss, he took the opportunity to sneak over. Under normal circumstances, air would fill any place. As long as there was space, there would definitely not be a vacuum zone. Once a region turned into a vacuum, it was definitely man-made, unless it was formed naturally. Given Han Shuo's familiarity with Asan City, he had never seen a vacuum zone around the northern city district. Therefore, he determined that the abnormality in that region was most likely man-made. The handover ceremony for Fanny as the dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had already concluded. With Ermite Cotton and Gree around, in addition to Little Skull watching over them in secret, Han Shuo believed that the dignitaries of the Empire who remained in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force shouldn't be in any danger. Now that he had nothing to worry about, Han Shuo turned into a faint line of blood that was hard to see with the naked eye and quickly flew out of the northern city district, not alerting anyone along the way. The distance from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force to the outskirts of the city was only slightly more than 5 kilometers. With Han Shuo's speed, it only took him a few minutes to arrive at the vacuum zone. Upon arriving, Han Shuo only needed to silently observe his surroundings. He was certain that those who attacked the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force must be inside. Right in front of him was a spatial boundary that was condensed with energy. It had opened up a small force field. Behind the boundary, a glaring radiance obstructed Han Shuo's naked eye from peeking inside. Divine aura converged into the shape of a giant cup, filling the boundary and forming a thin layer of protective membrane, isolating Han Shuo's consciousness from sensing anything. Han Shuo narrowed his eyes. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. He could clearly see that the giant cup formed from divine aura was the divine weapon of the Church of Light, the Holy Grail. On top of the Holy Grail, there were several olive branches radiating with golden radiance. They were also constantly releasing divine energy, maintaining the protection of this region. The divine weapons of the Church of Light had the effect of amplifying light magic. The divine energy contained within could even form a miraculous defensive force. The reason why Han Shuo's consciousness was unable to detect the presence of the intruders in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was most likely due to the divine energy. Han Shuo's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at the vacuum zone formed by all sorts of mystical powers. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Han Shuo, who was hiding in the dark, believed that it would be very difficult for the people inside to discover him. His divine sense spread out, and with this area as the center, it gradually spread out in all directions, carefully searching the surroundings for any unexpected dangers that might appear. At the same time, a few incantations were chanted. Wood Elite Zombie, Metal Elite Zombie, and Earth Elite Zombie flew over from the netherworld. Under Han Shuo's instructions, they surrounded the vacuum zone in a triangular formation. Fire Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie had obtained enormous opportunities in the Abyss realm. They were still slowly digesting the energy from the two great abyssal demons and could not assist Han Shuo in the short term. Therefore, they could not fully deploy the penta-elemental undead formation. Han Shuo had no idea what kind of strength the intruders in the vacuum zone possessed. As his other two avatars were still recovering in the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo was afraid that he might encounter the Primordius Dragon. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. He cautiously summoned the 3 active zombies and deployed the incomplete penta-elemental undead formation in advance, in case of emergencies. When all preparations were in order, Han Shuo gave the little skeleton, who had stayed behind at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, an order to come quickly. Only then did he take out a pearl of annihilation with a cold smile, and tossed it into the empty space not far away without the slightest hesitation. Rumble. The pearl of annihilation suddenly exploded in that area, causing the space to instantly distort and collapse. It tore open a few sword-long rifts, allowing the soul piercers to fly in. After tossing out a pearl of annihilation, Han Shuo coldly stared at the vacuum zone in front of him, ready to launch a surprise attack at any time. Cough, cough, cough. What's that? Why did it suddenly explode? An urgent voice transmitted into Han Shua's ears through the rifts in the vacuum zone. I don't know. Could it be that the mixture of several types of magic has caused a bad mutation? An ice-cold voice replied indifferently. Enemies, a loud cry suddenly sounded from within. Following this loud cry, the inside of the vacuum zone suddenly became chaotic. In the instant a few rifts appeared in that vacuum region. Han Shua, who had been unable to pry into the situation inside, immediately used his consciousness to ascertain the approximate strength of the few people inside through those rifts. As all kinds of energies were mixed within the boundary, Han Shua still couldn't make out the appearance of the intruders. He could only rely on the acute senses of his consciousness to discern their identities from the aura within their bodies. There were 6 intruders in total. 3 of them had the holy aura of the Church of Light, 2 had bodies and temperaments as cold as ice, likely experts who were not at the Shrine of Ice's snowfield. The last one had a body filled with frenzied explosive energy, yet his soul was strange like that of a shaman. It seemed that after the death of hundreds of thousands of orcs in the Empire of Orcs, the true experts had also joined the fray. There were a total of 6 people. 3 of them were followers of the Church of Light, 2 were demigods, and 1 was a base god with astonishing strength. The 2 experts from the Shrine of Ice were merely sacred magi, the weakest among them. It seemed that after losing the 2 demigods, Ice Celestial Kori and Snow Celestial Tiana, the Shrine of Ice was indeed completely finished. As for that orc shaman, because he cultivated in the energy of summoning, which was considered to be an unorthodox path, Han Shua couldn't determine the specific stage of his strength for the time being. He only felt that the orc shaman seemed to be slightly stronger than a demigod, but still a short distance away from the realm of base gods. Talking to him was just a waste of breath. You will pay for the hundreds of thousands of my orc children's lives today. The orc shaman roared when he saw that Han Shua was being so savage. From his posture, it seemed as though he was about to charge at Han Shua and risk his life. How could Han Shua be afraid of him? He sized up the orc shaman with a sneer and mocked, "You orcs are humans, but the people of our Lancelot Empire are not. All along, you orcs have been carrying out endless attacks on our Lancelot Empire. Who am I going to settle the score with for the deaths of the people of Lancelot Empire who have disappeared in the long river of history?" The orcs' territory was barren and therefore they had been attacking the Lancelot Empire for the sake of rich land. After so many years, the number of civilians of Lancelot Empire who had died at the hands of orc warriors was definitely less than 100,000. I don't care. In any case, you have killed more than 100,000 of our people. You must die. The orc shaman bellowed like a wild beast. Soon after, he really pounced at Han Shua. Creak. The moment the old shaman's large hand tightly clasped Han Shua's neck, he suddenly exerted force. The berserk energy within his body erupted with a loud rumble like a mountain torrent. He exerted all his strength to tighten his grip. Immediately, a sharp and clear sound rang out from Han Shua's neck. The old shaman was overjoyed. He felt that Han Shua wasn't as terrifying as the rumors made him out to be. Harboring resentment towards the deaths of over 100,000 orcs, the old shaman's calloused hand tightened tighter and tighter. It seemed as if Han Shua's neck would be completely broken at any moment. Whoosh whoosh. The Divine Knight's sudden whistling sound rang in Han Shua's ears. That dazzling golden spear suddenly appeared from the side like a venomous snake, stabbing fiercely at Han Shua's waist. Seeing that Han Shua's neck was already tightly gripped by the old shaman, the Divine Knight was reassured. He launched this attack without the slightest bit of concealment or retreat. It was as if he was certain that Han Shua couldn't move at all and that the battle would end in an instant. It turns out that this guy isn't all that tough after all. It seems that the Shrine of Ice's demise was only because those from the Shrine of Ice were too weak. The Divine Knight suddenly had this thought as he thrust his spear forward. Pft! The sound of the spear piercing through the intestines clearly entered the divine knight's ears. That beautiful sound made the corner of his mouth curl into a satisfied smile. His heart was filled with carefree joy. However, his joy didn't last long. It was immediately interrupted by a high-pitched, mournful cry of pain. Whoosh! Whoosh! You stabbed me, the old shaman exasperatedly cried out in pain. The divine knight was startled. The satisfied smile on his face vanished without a trace. He stared at the old shaman whose belly had been pierced by the spear in confusion. His heart was filled with incredulity. He couldn't understand why his attack, which should have been aimed at Han Shuo, would ultimately land on the old shaman. Creak! Creak! The old orc shaman was shrieking miserably like he was having convulsions. Even as he cried out in pain, the large hand that was gripping Han Shuo's neck was still exerting force with all its might, producing frightening noises on Han Shuo's neck. However, despite the old shaman's exertion, Han Shuo, who should have died from having his neck broken, had an ice-cold and calm expression in his eyes. There was even a hint of a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, as though he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. It was as though the neck that the old shaman had constricted with all his strength wasn't his at all. The divine knight was shocked. Just as he was about to pull back, a large hand pierced through the old shaman's right chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the hand suddenly pierced into his chest. The golden armor that even the swords and spears of the holy knights couldn't break through was as fragile as a thin piece of paper in front of the bloody hand. It didn't even have the slightest resistance before the hand pierced through the right side of the holy knight's chest. The hand pierced through his body and exposed the palm on his back. At this moment, the divine knight slightly turned his head and looked around. Only then did he discover that Han Shuo's arm was still stuck in the old shaman's chest. At this moment, the divine knight was horrified to discover that the old shaman's arm was still wrapped around Han Shuo's neck. Just the distance between Han Shuo and the old shaman was the length of an arm. Due to the spear piercing through the old shaman's intestines, the distance between the divine knight and the old shaman was at least 2 meters. In addition to the old shaman's thick body, the distance between the divine knight and Han Shuo was at least 4 meters. In that case, just how long was the arm that pierced through the old shaman's body? Was it still a human? The divine knight suddenly felt his blood run cold. His scalp tingled as he looked at the arm that was connected to him and the old shaman. An indescribable fear suddenly welled up in his heart. The contempt he had for Han Shuo had long been thrown out the window. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his body, he pointed at Han Shuo and screamed in pain, "You, what kind of monster are you?" Han Shuo grinned coldly and said, "When you die, go ask the God of Light." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge hand that had pierced through the bodies of the 2 demigods suddenly slashed downwards. This hand seemed to have become a sharp blade in an instant, cutting open the intestines of the 2 people without any obstruction. Starting from the right side of their chests, the 2 people's bodies were torn apart. Their bloody intestines mixed with their kidneys and lungs spilled all over the ground. With another wave of the hand, the upper bodies of the 2 demigods were also torn apart. The 2 demigods who were alive and kicking just a moment ago were now reduced to 4. However, they were no longer alive. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. The nauseating smell of blood pervaded the air. Before the Light Pope and the demigod Magus could finish their cryptic incantation, the battle had already ended. The 2 of them raised their brows slightly, their eyes revealing a look of unwillingness to watch. As for the 2 sacred magi of the Shrine of Ice, the confidence that they had just mustered collapsed with a loud bang. An even deeper fear assaulted them in an instant, completely crushing their willpower. They panted heavily and could no longer muster up any thoughts of revenge. "Oh? You still want to escape with your soul? Hee, not a bad idea. But I'm sorry." After tearing the 2 bodies into 4, Han Shuo was about to turn around and deal with the 2 from the Church of Light when his consciousness suddenly detected that the old shaman's soul had yet to dissipate. Instead, it was drifting away with the wind. As long as a soul was gathered and did not dissipate, it could often be reborn using a powerful soul magnetic field and a new medium through special methods. That divine knight of the Church of Light was not proficient in the arts of the soul. Therefore, after his physical body was destroyed, his soul gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. There was definitely no hope of rebirth. Seeing that the old shaman's soul was drifting away with the wind, Han Shuo let out a low cry. He raised his hand and flicked. A streak of black radiance struck the old shaman's soul. The black radiance guided the old shaman's soul to be captured by Han Shuo and imprisoned in the ring that Gilbert originally wore. For his soul to not dissipate after his death, this old orc shaman's soul energy was pretty good. It was very suitable for Han Shuo to refine some demonic weapons that required a powerful soul as a primer. Naturally, Han Shuo was captured and brought back by Han Shuo. "Let me go. I'm going to fight you to the death, you shameless bastard." After falling into the ring, Han Shuo could hear the old orc shaman's unreconciled bellow through the ring's miraculous function. "What a pitiful guy. You are already dead. How are you going to fight me? Hee, in a few days, I will use your soul to refine something. When that time comes, you will lose your consciousness and be under my control forever. Don't you think that will be very interesting?" Han Shuo laughed evilly. His consciousness entered the ring and conveyed such a malicious message to the old shaman. This made the old shaman even more restless and irritable, but he was powerless to do anything. The old shaman's soul fell into the ring. Even though he knew that his future would be tragic, he could do nothing but wait for the arrival of doomsday. There was nothing he could do. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.